Hello? Oh my damn! It's Tuesday. It's Twin Flame Tuesday. Gonna get your Twin Flame. Let's talk, guys. Let's talk. We got some important things to talk about. Very important. Another super exciting entertainment moment. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. I got some treats for you. Some tender treats. You're not even gonna believe it. Everybody agrees with me. Oh, not really. What's up, guys? It's Tuesday. How you doing out there? It's Twin Flame Tuesday. We're going to do some naughty things and some productive things, I should add. But not before you get a load of some pretty weird things. Definitely very weird. You're not even going to believe it. You're not even going to believe it. What is that thing doing? There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. I had it on loop. All right. Come on, computer. Are we working? I think we're working. Here we go. Here, let's start that one over. Okay. What's going on here?
But what they really
there
have
we
is
go.
ancestral
Woo!
trauma.
Technology today. All right. Come on,
Palladians asked me not to share this. The Palladians asked me not to share this, but I feel humanity is ready. If a lot of people think they have allergies, but what they really have is ancestral trauma. It wasn't a lot of you have been asking me where I get my downloads. Most of them actually come while I'm unloading the dishwasher. This is because you're 37 supplements every empath needs. Part 1. You want to if this video triggered you, good. Now the healing can start. If you're seeing this video, congratulations. You are one of the chosen ones. I didn't use any hashtag. 3 weeks ago, I was completely broke. Now I make 7 figures, teaching people to make 7 figures, teaching people to make 7 figures. The Palladians asked me not to share.
Oh my goodness. What's this guy doing?
Diego on an Amazonian backpack. First met Diego on an Amazonian backpacking trip across Colombia. One of the first things he told me when I saw him and we locked eyes was "Escúchame puta," which he told me means past life lover.
That means listen to me, bitch. Actually.
And I just thought that was so beautiful. And I realized in that moment, within about 3 seconds of meeting him, he was going to be my husband. And now we've been together for the last 10 days officially. And
10 days. Wow. That's so long.
I don't want to hold this in anymore. I feel like I'm holding in the biggest secret in the world. So him and I have officially moved in together. We're sharing life in his little shack hut next to the Amazon River, the border of Colombia. He says he works across all borders, which I think is really cool. He's a man of mystery, international. He never really says what he does, but we always seem to have money.
So they live on the border of Colombia. He never says what he does, and they always have money.
And food on the table, at least for the last 9 days. I just wanted to give an update. Turns out that sometimes the things you think will last forever are just for a season. Sometimes the people you think that, oh, the heartbreaking is just the heartbreaking open. Sometimes the people you think that'll last forever were meant to teach you what true love actually is, because it brought me back to loving myself. First met.
Oh my God. You can't make this stuff up, guys.
Hey. So I know we've been going. Hey. So I know we've been going steady for a while, which is why I have decided to do a 5-MeO DMT ceremony that's going to reveal to me that I'm meant to impregnate you and your best friend.
Oh, really?
And your best friend's best friend. And that person down the block. For everyone's highest and best.
Oh, everyone's.
Thank you for receiving me in this dimension and in all the other ones. Ashe. Amen. Aho.
Oh.
Which is what I am. Hey.
Woo! Oh my God.
Me to not cheat on you. I know you wanted me to not cheat on you, but I want you to look in the mirror. You've been cheating on yourself.
Oh, see?
You haven't been listening to your intuition. You haven't been listening to your soul. You've been infidelis with your alma. So I want you to just take a look in that mirror
so
for
it's
the
your
rest
fault
of eternity and realize that I'm simply just another piece of you trying to get you to pay attention to what's going on in here and in here. I know you got pissed because I took your credit card and put you in debt. But here's the thing. You were already in debt. Metaphysically. Your nervous system was saying, hey, do your spiritual practices. Hey.
Oh, the nervous system. Yeah, I got something to say about that.
Chant. But you weren't doing it. And now you're here in debt. But this is just, once again, as within, so without. As above, so below.
Oh, your fault.
I'd be open to rekindling under the rule that you stop projecting. I know you wanted me to not cheat.
Oh my God, you guys. We got super chats turned on. Everybody, we're just going to do Plain Jane today. Plain Jane live Q&A. We're going to have such a good time. If you got a question, hit me up in the chat. I got super chats turned on. If you want to get my attention, that's the best way to do it. I don't have a regular, like corporate-y job. This is it, guys. It's people that sign up for my program, super chats, channel monetization to fund this operation. It's either that or I try to run this whole operation out of a cardboard box in an alleyway, because some people have a lack mentality and they think if you are a spiritual teacher that you should do it for free, which is impossible. And no spiritual teacher has ever worked for free. But I don't think that's you guys. I think you're smarter than that. So yes, super chats are there. Otherwise, I'll just pick whatever good question I see in the chat. Here's what I wanted to say about the whole nervous system thing. All the explanations that people have for like why your twin flame runs or how you could tell it's your twin flame or whatever it is, right? It's all the usual stuff. Like, for example, they need to do their healing, right? And that wasn't even a thing until maybe like 5 years ago. Like, they need to awaken, right? Nobody thought that divine masculine is going to awaken until like 5-6 years ago. But 8 years ago when I started, that's when the whole like new age woo-woo trendy twin flame fad culture started to take over. But you could still get like the original teachings off the internet, right? They were still kind of there on like the older internet websites. And I remember the first thing people started saying is, oh, well, they're a narcissist, your twin flame. Yeah, that's what it is. They're a narcissist. Yeah, right. And then after that, the next thing was, oh, well, they need to do their healing. They have inner childhood wounds. They need to do some healing. And then a couple of years later, it was, oh, they're an avoidant. Your twin flame is an avoidant. And that's kind of still there right now. And now I see this whole nervous system thing. Like everybody's talking about the nervous system. So it's like whatever little fad or trend is popular on the internet right now, the spiritual community grabs a hold of it, or especially the twin flame community. And all of a sudden, oh, that's what it is. Yeah, we finally figured it out. People have been talking about twin flames for 50 fucking years. But this time, we really figured it out for sure this time, guys. And I'm over here going, well, no, wait a minute. First, it was they're a narcissist. Then it's they need to do healing. Then it was they're an avoidant. Now it's the nervous system. Which one is it, guys? And you're telling me that we just now figured it out. And now there's like the Sophia consciousness thing that you'll hear people saying. That's brand new. I've seen a lot of this kind of stuff come and go, guys, over the last 8 years. Just let all that stuff go. Let all that stuff go, guys. It's still this. It's still this. It's still physics. Why they run. Well, hey, would you look at that? We got some super chats lined up. Führer Poeticus. Thank you for your super chat. €6. I appreciate it. Furor Poeticus asks, if your twin flame is in your life but doesn't want a relationship, what should you do? Basically, yes, they're in your life, but they are distant and careless. Well, my answer is going to work both ways, right? Because you can't make people do things. You can't change other people. And so I'm opening up with like the conventional wisdom, not really twin flame advice. But in a lot of the time, you can look at like a conventional answer and maybe get the right answer if I'm making any sense right now. But here's what I mean. If they don't want to be with you, why would you sit there worrying about it and trying to figure out what to do about it? Twin flame, soulmate, anybody, right? Like, why? Like, go do something else or go be with someone else or look for somebody else. Go live your life, right? And, some people at this point might hear me say that and think, but nobody else will possibly do it. It has to be them. Well, they don't want to be with you. So get over it. You can't make other people do things, guys. Now, that's conventional wisdom, which is still somewhat applicable because it's I don't know, unhealthy. It's just it's pointless to me. Why you would sit around obsessing over somebody that doesn't want to be with you? Let them go. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of people out there, 7.5 billion people on this rock that we live on. Now, here's the twin flame advice. You're going to have to do that anyway. You're going to have to get over it anyway and let them go anyway. And if they are your twin flame, that's what makes them come back partially, right? Because of this. So if you are so concerned about this person and why they don't want to be with you, why they are not showing up fully, it's because of that they run. If they are your twin flame, right? And if you've been on my YouTube channel for any amount of time, Furor, I hope I'm saying that right. I'm assuming you don't mean Führer. It's definitely spelled differently. But you've probably heard me explain the real way that you can tell if it's your twin flame or not, right? So assuming they are your twin flame for sure, even like asking the question, is a symptom, right? So let me put it to you this way, Mr. Poeticus or Miss. You are asking the question, and it's an irony because how are you ever going to get anywhere if we don't ask questions? But once you identify the problem, you can fix it. But the fact that you are asking the question is evidence of the true underlying cause. The question itself is not the cause, right? It's kind of like when people find out about the twin flame push pull, which is what you're seeing on your screen. The real reason your twin flame runs is physics, not psychology. What you are looking at on your screen is one being. It's not two people. The 3D plane, the physical plane that we live within, is temporary and it is illusory, and everybody knows that. You and your twin flame, it's really one soul having an interaction with itself on the physical plane. That's what this is. You and your twin flame are a closed energy system. And whenever you, the so-called feminine twin, it's really not gender, it's energy, right? You have more energy, they have less energy, not like magnets. I am not talking about magnetism. I am talking about energy systems. And in all closed energy systems, energy moves from greater to lesser. Here, let me pull up the Spanish one in case anybody's watching me in Spanish right now. So it's more like the second law of thermodynamics, where the greater energy flows to the lesser energy. Not magnetism, energy systems. Magnetism is a different kind of energy. It has different properties. It works differently. So this is why your twin flame runs. You are an older incarnation of the soul. You have more energy. Well, anyway, it's physics, guys. It's one closed energy system. This is why your twin flame runs. And I kind of just talked about that during the intro, right? How there's all these different explanations, psychological explanations that have come and gone over the last 8 years that I've been doing this. First, it was, oh, they're a narcissist. Then it was, oh, they need to do healing. Then it was, they're an avoidant. And now it's the nervous system. And now it's the Sophia consciousness thing. And I'm over here going, okay, well, which one is it, guys? Because if it's always changing, then obviously none of those reasons are going to stick, are they? Because they're always changing. No, it's this, and it's always been this. And 8 years ago when I started, it was very well understood that it's this. It's physics. Well, anyway, that's the real reason your twin flame runs. The mind is separation. When you focus mentally, emotionally, or metaphysically on your person, your twin flame, they focus on anything but you. So to even be asking the question is a symptom of the problem. So when people, for example, they hear about that, they hear about this, the twin flame push pull, what I'm explaining to them, they go, oh, so I have to stop thinking about my twin flame? That's impossible. Well, yeah, you're right. It is impossible because thinking never stops. It's not that. Thinking is a symptom. Asking, like having a preference, because furor poeticus, I think I'm saying that right. You don't like what your twin flame is doing. You don't like that they're keeping you like at an arm's length. They're kind of like got you in the friend zone, your twin flame, right? That's a preference. And a preference isn't intrinsically bad, but the real way, the real problem is not the thinking itself. That's where I'm going with this right now. So you're having a thought or asking a question, and people say, oh, so I got to stop thinking about them, or I got to stop asking questions. Well, no, that's not it. You have to stop believing that you are a mind. It is the mind that has a preference about this. This is hard for people to grasp because it's esoteric and it's something that can only be experienced in the now moment, right? Your twin flame doesn't want a relationship. What should you do? Well, the mind is asking the question. And again, the irony, the paradox is that for you to kind of fix the problem, you have to start there with a question. So that's no problem. But once the problem has been identified, when the true cause has been identified, then you move out of question mode, right? Which is to say, moving out of the belief that you are the mental perception of reality, right? Let me show you this just in case there is any doubt. If anybody is new or you don't understand me and you're already ready to give up on me here because you're like, this doesn't make any damn sense. And I'm not even going to waste any time learning what the hell this guy is trying to say. Yeah. Right. So if that's you, watch this. This here is my student testimonial playlist. Twin flame success stories. A lot of these people are married to their twin flame. And yes, they met their twin flame. We can talk about that too. How to really tell if you and this person are the same soul, what people call a twin flame, right? That's what a twin flame is, right? Two people who are the same soul. And there's a very obvious way to tell. We can talk about that too. I'm sure we will. We always do, right? This is your involuntary, forced, spontaneous spiritual awakening. It is an involuntary, forced, spontaneous spiritual awakening, not somebody who just takes up an interest in spirituality, which is a good thing, but that's not, it just so happens that's not what I am talking about. Well, anyway, so here it is in English. I've also got Spanish. If you're a Spanish speaker on my YouTube channel, just go find the playlist. It's called Twin Flame Success Stories. And I got a bunch of people in here that are married to their twin flame. They're living together, right? And this gal right here in the red, her name's Rain. The whole reason I contacted her about doing an interview is because I saw her on Facebook going, yeah, it's like the less that I do about him, the more he wants to be with me. And that is a conceptual 3D way of explaining it. But for you to really get your twin flame back, you're going beyond concept altogether. You're transcending the mind altogether. You are no longer identified as the questioner at all. So let me break down what that looks like, what that is. You are body, mind, soul, right? Okay. Well, let's talk about how these things work, and then you'll have an idea of what to do. So the body, we know what that is. The mind is thoughts, emotions, chakras, metaphysical energy, like Reiki energy type of thing, right? And around the age of 7 or 8, you have collected enough of these retained thought and emotional imprints to constitute a personality, an ego, right? Not ego in the pejorative sense, like somebody who says, oh, well, you're really arrogant, you're in your ego. Not like that, but in the like technical, clinical sense, right? It is a collection of retained thought and emotional imprints. The roles that you play in life. I'm a mom, I'm a brother, I'm a doctor, I'm a lawyer, I'm a teacher, I'm a truck driver, I'm an engineer, I'm a tattoo artist, I'm a cook, whatever. I'm the kind of person that likes these things. I don't like those things over there, though. I'm conservative, I'm liberal, I'm neither of those. I don't care about politics, maybe, right? Whatever. Just kind of the way you are. It's a collection of retained thought and emotional imprints, right? The ego, the mind, the id, the personality. I call it the identity entity. But what about day one? What about when you were a newborn baby? Day one, brand new, newborn baby. Is the baby thinking about who it is? No. All right. So, what is going on inside the baby? Consciousness and only consciousness. It's a soul that just incarnated, right? Day one. The only thing inside the baby is pure awareness. No thinking, no retained thought and emotional imprints. Even a psychologist will tell you that the personality hardens and congeals into whatever it's going to be around the age of 7 or 8. So you just kind of forgot who you really are, right? You came down here, and when you take on a body, you have this experience of forgetting your true nature as consciousness, right? So you currently believe yourself to be this identity of mind, of thought. This, again, the roles that you play in life, right? Those types of things, thoughts and emotions. And the ego, the mask of self, the identity is not bad. That's just what it is. But consciousness, that's something entirely different, Mr. Poeticus. So think about that in this kind of way. You got thoughts and emotions going on out here, and you look at them. And have you ever said to yourself, why am I thinking about this? Why am I feeling this way? Well, of course you have. But did you ever ask yourself who is asking? Like, what is awareness? What is consciousness? Right? This is why meditation is so key in anybody's spiritual journey. And you realize that you're not becoming anything. It's more like you're unbecoming this identity, this story of self, the ego. You're unbecoming. There's a documentary about Ram Dass, one of the great spiritual masters from the 20th century, bringing to you the teachings of genuine traditional Zen spiritualism, like the Buddha or Paramahansa Yogananda, Ramana Maharshi, Krishnamurti, right? The masters, the big names. And they're not going to come at you with the new age healing hype. Healing is good and everything, but yeah, that doesn't make you more of a soul. Changing the thoughts in your mind, feeling different emotions, right? Healing, psychology, good stuff, real good. But it doesn't work here, guys. You got to do the master's journey. So, Mr. Poeticus, I hope that makes sense. The documentary about Ram Dass is called Becoming Nobody. You're not becoming nobody, actually. That's just a cool name for the documentary. It's just a cute title. But it, to the mind, would kind of seem that way, I suppose. You're unbecoming this identity of self, the mask of self, right? Ego. And remembering your true nature. Now, when you do that, you won't care if your twin flame has you in the friend zone. It's not that you got to stop thinking about them or stop having a preference. It's that you are experiencing yourself as something that had no preference in the first place. The soul. You're remembering. And again, meditation you experience yourself as consciousness. You are aware that you are awareness during a meditation. By the way, I got a video on my YouTube channel. How about that? Here's the English. Here's the Spanish, whatever language you're watching me in. The playlist is called The True Twin Flame Teachings. So scroll down. It doesn't matter which one, English or Spanish. And you'll find a video called How to Meditate. And my web browser, it translates the Spanish titles into English. But if you are a Spanish speaker, everything will be in Spanish. You can see the picture is in Spanish. It says Simple Meditation Guide. English, same thing. The True Twin Flame Teachings. Scroll down just a little bit. And there it is, How to Meditate. And it's not where I like guide you through a meditation. It's where I actually teach you how to do it. And then you go sit down and do it. You know what I mean? It's like that. So learn to meditate, Mr. Poeticus. Read this book, The Power of Now. This is the best beginner's book for anybody that wants to get their twin flame to come back. This is not about twin flames. Remember, you and your twin flame are the same soul. You got to do soul stuff. This is your spiritual journey. You don't need to do anything about your person. Align with your soul, and your soul doesn't have preferences. Your soul is okay with whatever is. It's a paradox. It's a paradox. The less you do about them, the more they want to be with you. Align with your soul. The soul just is. The soul is just existing. It is only awareness. It's mysterious to the mind. And you don't think your way there. You don't heal your way into the soul. You already are that. And you experience the soul always in the moment now. That's why the book is called The Power of Now. This is available in every language, English, Spanish, whatever language. Eckhart Tolle, who is essentially the modern day Buddha. The Power of Now. Go get this book. This is your spiritual journey, and you just need to treat it that way. Look at what the name of the first chapter is. It's called You Are Not Your Mind. These are the master's teachings. Buddha, Jesus, Yogananda, Krishnamurti, Alan Watts, Ram Dass, Ramana Maharshi, right? The masters. They're all going to tell you the same thing. Healing's cool and everything, but yeah, that's not it, guys. It actually, healing doesn't even work if you don't start with spiritualism, ironically. So, yeah, I hope that helps, my friend. You're welcome. You're welcome. Go get plugged into my free resources and do the genuine spiritual journey, which is no journey. I'm sure we'll talk about that at some point. This is why I wanted to do just a plain live Q&A today, because we tend to get into these deeper spiritual topics, right? Instead of me just like doing myth busting. And it provides a lot of value to you guys. But this stuff it's deep, guys. Genuine spiritualism, you can't understand it. Like, literally, it cannot be understood. You cannot understand consciousness. You experience it. It's beyond mind, right? Healing, you can understand. But yeah, that's not it, guys. That's the new age healing hype on the internet. Good stuff, good people, but that's not it, guys. That's not it. And again, I've helped a lot of people to be with their twin flame. I got receipts, guys. I bring receipts. This works. This works. You're in the right place, guys. This is real. Twin flames. So great question. Thank you very much for that good question. Let's go to the next one from MJ. What's up, girl? The way you make me feel. You really turn me on. Do. I love it when MJ shows up. Thank you for the super chat. MJ. She said, hey, Kurt, it's MJ. I've been meditating lately, doing the moonwalk. I felt my crown open up. My torso, hands, and feet feel energy and warm up. What would you call that? I would call that fucking badass. That's what I would call that. That's what I would call that. I don't know. Let me know in the chat if you experienced anything else. So I would think that you are having or have had Kundalini. But first, MJ, let me know in the chat, and then I'll read your other super chat. I can see that you left me another one. But let me know, what exactly do you mean by I felt my crown open up? Like, what did that feel like? What did you feel? What did that feel like? Yeah, let me know. Let me know if you can give me more of an explanation. And I don't care about perfect punctuation and perfect spelling. If you need to talk into your phone, you can use the Google thing. It's faster, if that makes any sense. But yeah, you're saying electric charge. Well, I need more than that. Did you feel a pulling sensation? Because electrical charge makes me think it's physical. You know what I mean? But maybe not. Give me more information. Give me more data. Here's your other super chat. You said, I am amazed that Samadhi and the power of now speak about the kingdom of God. And before Abraham was, I am. That's right. These are verses I keep thinking about since I was 11 years old. I am now 39. Reincarnation is real. Yep. Absolutely. So while you are typing, MJ, I will explain Kundalini for you in the audience. I think you've probably heard me talk about it a bunch, but just in case. Kundalini can bring other sensations with it. Kundalini can bring other interesting sensations with it, right? So you could be, whatever you're experiencing is the result of the Kundalini, but let's talk specifically about Kundalini itself. How would I know I was experiencing Kundalini if I was? Well, what it feels like is it is as though your whole spine, from your tailbone up to your crown, is a water pipe. And at first, nothing's going on. But then all of the sudden, it's like somebody turns the water on full blast all at once. And you can feel the water shooting up your spine, up the pipe, right? You feel it. That is the core sensation of Kundalini. And yes, it can bring other things with it. Yes. And that's where the confusion kind of starts with people. Because you'll see people online nowadays, they'll start to add things to what Kundalini supposedly is. But what I've found over the years working with people, talking to people, asking them clarifying questions about the sensations that they are feeling in their body, right? You find out some of them, they haven't experienced Kundalini at all. And maybe it was just some kind of biochemical thing, right? Because some of the things that you can feel when you have Kundalini, if somebody else is experiencing some of those other things, but not feeling Kundalini at all, then it's just like your body or something, right? There has to be the actual Kundalini sensation moving up your spine. Yeah, here you go. There you go. MJ responded, and she said, I feel the energy moving up my whole crown, having tingling sensations and pulsating. So let me know, do you feel the energy, MJ, moving up your whole body? I think that's what you're saying. You say, I feel the energy moving up and my whole crown having tingling sensations and pulsating. So you just said, I feel the energy moving up. Is it moving up your whole spine from tailbone all the way up to your crown, like a water pipe of energy? Let me know in the chat. By the way, for the audience, anybody that's looking at your screen right now, what you're looking at is an old book originally published in 1967. This is what I tell people. If you really want to know what Kundalini is, go to the library and get a book published before the 1970s, because the 1970s is when New Age started to take over the spiritual community. And now Kundalini is anything you want it to be, right? It's totally subjective. I talked about this a few weeks ago on a live stream. And I was talking to Google Gemini, and some of the things, it was actually the YouTube AI, right? Which I think is based on Google Gemini. Anyway, there was a woman claiming to have had Kundalini in the video, and I was talking to the YouTube AI about it. And I said, yeah, she's not having Kundalini. These sensations that she's describing, that's not Kundalini. And the Google AI shot back at me with, well, there's a lot of debate amongst people about what Kundalini is. And I responded to it and I said, no, people who don't know what Kundalini is debate about Kundalini, right? And the YouTube AI replied to that and it said, well, yeah, you're right. It's like, we talked about this last week too. I was like, guys, why have a word? Why do we have words? Because if you're just going to play semantics with me, right? Because again, if you go on Google or talk to people in a Twin Flame Facebook group, you're going to get, oh, it's headaches. It's an orgasm. Like, I've had people tell me that they had an orgasm and they said that it was Kundalini. No. And then when I told them, no, that's not Kundalini, they argue and they go, well, I think it can be this. Well, I don't care what you think it can be. Why have a word? Right? If you go on Google, you're going to find people going, oh yeah, it's headaches, it's hot and cold flashes, it's tingles, right? Well, those things can happen as the result of actual energetic Kundalini. Yes. Yes. However, if there is not actual energetic Kundalini, then it's just a headache or hot and cold flashes. And this is a big problem in the twin flame community. I talk about this all the time. Everybody wants to say, I'm a twin flame, right? It's like the new hip and trendy fad, even though they are not the same soul as this person who they call twin flame. They say they are, and you're not allowed to say that they're not having Kundalini. It's like politically incorrect to do that, I guess. You're mean and you're bad. I've been called a narcissist because I pointed out to somebody that you're not having Kundalini. It's just a hot flash. You just had hot and cold flashes. And she was like 52 years old. So premenopause. Can you say premenopause? Premenopause, right? But she told me I was a narcissist, and I was sitting there thinking, actually, what you're doing is narcissistic because you're gaslighting me. Why have a word? Why have a word? Why do we have words? Do we come up with a word and then decide what it means? No, a word is invented to describe an existing phenomenon. The word Kundalini has been around for a long time. So this is another big problem in the spiritual community at large. It's not as bad as it is in the twin flame part of the spiritual niche, because everybody wants to be in twin flame, and all the rules and like already established definitions of words like Kundalini, all that stuff goes right out the window with those people, right? So you got to argue with them about that shit. It's ridiculous. Why do we have words? Anyway, this book was originally published in 1967. If you want to know what Kundalini is, if you're sitting there thinking, well, Kurt, how do I know what you're saying is Kundalini? Go fact check me, guys. Go fact check me. It's the water pipe sensation in your spine of energy moving up your spine. Yes, there can be other things that happen as the result of Kundalini, but if you don't have the actual energetic Kundalini, then it's not Kundalini. And again, watch out. Watch out, you guys. I'm telling you, the twin flame community is so bad. It's so bad. All the definitions for words, they go right out the window. Also that someone can claim to be a twin flame, which is kind of bad. It's very toxic actually to do that, because here's somebody that actually is not a twin flame. They did not meet somebody who is the same soul as they are, and they're going to sit around for the rest of their fucking life trying to heal themselves to get this person to be with them, and it's never going to happen. Talk about the very definition of covert toxicity, right? You're giving, so the twin flame community is very good at this. The twin flame community is very good at this. And they encourage people to, oh, sure, you bet. That's Kundalini. If you say it is, you bet. This is your twin flame. If you say it is, you bet. They could be going out and looking for a meaningful relationship with somebody who they would be happy with. Instead, the twin flame community is encouraging them to stay obsessed with some random person that they have zero chance of ever being with. I mean, if it was actually your twin flame, then yes, there's something that you can do to get them to come back and be with you anyway. So that's that kind of piece of the Kundalini puzzle, right? The full teaching on that. But MJ has responded in the chat. She said, yes, I do feel an energy shooting from my root to the crown. Yep. But I also feel energy from my heart and shoots to my arms and legs. Of course you do. Of course you do. Yeah. If you look at this diagram that I'm always showing around on here, just look at either one of the two people here. What is evident is that you are part energy, right? Your body, mind, soul. Well, the mind is better described perhaps as the astral body. The mind is the astral body. The astral body is made up of thoughts, emotions, chakras, metaphysical energy, and the ego, right? The separate self, the ego, the identity entity, the id, right? The personality. So all of those components comprise the astral body. Normally, we just say, oh, it's the mind, right? But to be more specific, the astral body. So yeah, you're part energy. And MJ, what's happening to you is that part of the three-part triune being, technology engineered system, if you will, body, mind, soul, right? The energetic part of you is coming back online. You think of it like when you sit on your foot and your foot falls asleep, right? When you get up and start walking around, you feel the needles and pins, right? Now, where that breaks down is the needles and pins. When your foot starts waking up, it kind of hurts. But Kundalini generally does not hurt. The only time that I've ever had where somebody said that it hurt or that there was any kind of pain or it caused them a headache maybe is when they are afraid of it and they resist it. You have like this internal resistance and your body tenses up. You could get a headache or something like that. And so what I tell people is, yeah, just don't resist it. It's not going to hurt you. All it is the astral body waking up, like your foot. And like the foot waking up, these sensations die off after a while. So when the Kundalini and the crown sensations and the energy shooting through your body, right, MJ, when that stuff starts to die off, it doesn't mean that you're not spiritual anymore. There's just a waking up process that's taking place right now for you. By the way, MJ, you can expect to become incredibly psychic very soon. I'm sure you've already had a few of those types of experiences. You will have more. There will be psychic intuition in your heart. Lots of that. Lots of that. It's a trip, man. So that's the full and complete spiel on Kundalini. Some people, it happens a lot faster and stronger when they figure out to stop chasing their twin flame. But even if you are busy kind of chasing your twin flame, it will happen on its own. Kundalini, if you're going to have it. Roughly 80% of people who meet their twin flame have Kundalini. So it's not everybody. And again, they talk about that in this research paper. So if you're watching me in English or Spanish, there's a link below in the video description to this research paper. This is peer-reviewed scientific research on the event of an involuntary, forced, spontaneous spiritual awakening. It's not like you just felt drawn to spiritual topics and investigating that there's a higher power and your true nature beyond this physical plane, which is a very good thing, right? You're very compelled, you're very drawn towards spiritual things, is a voluntary experience. You are voluntarily doing it. You may feel a very strong desire, right? But you could choose to not do that. It's voluntary. That is not what I'm talking about. I am talking about an involuntary, forced, spontaneous spiritual awakening where the Kundalini happens anyway, right? It's like the police come to get you. You don't have a choice. Kundalini will happen whether you want it or not. Heart chakra opening will happen whether you want it or not. Psychic visions will happen whether you want them to or not. And all these people are doing in this research paper on your screen, all they're doing is describing a phenomenon that people have already known about for thousands of years. All they're doing is just quantifying it and describing it, right? And this is people, they don't like it when I get up here and have this conversation because they claim to have had a spiritual awakening and they think I'm wrong and they think I'm attacking them, and I'm not. I'm making a differentiation between the experience that they had and the experience that I'm talking about because they are not the same. That is an apples to oranges comparison. To say that a voluntary spiritual awakening where you are just compelled, you're drawn to spiritual topics, is the same as the police coming to get you. You're being forced to do it. You will have Kundalini. You will become psychic, right? It's involuntary. The other kind where it is voluntary, those people can have Kundalini if they sit there and work at it. They maybe go to a Kundalini specialist and they learn to do it. That's very different from what I'm talking about. This is peer-reviewed scientific paper which appeared in a prestigious psychology journal called Frontiers in Psychology, right? These are psychologists, college professors, and paranormal researchers. The University of Greenwich, for my British friends, I finally realized I've been saying that wrong, right? Because I always say Greenwich because I'm American, right? The first time I ever saw the Thames River on a map, I said the Thames River or Worcestershire, right? No, it's Worcestershire. It's the Thames River and it's Greenwich, the University of Greenwich in London, the Imperial College of London, right? And then peer reviewed by college professors. Look at this. They're using the word union. What's that word doing there? Why are they using the word union? Yeah, well, maybe it doesn't mean what you think it means, guys. And in here, they are also talking about spontaneous Kundalini awakenings, which is exactly what MJ is talking about. It was involuntary. It just started happening. Congratulations, MJ. You met your twin flame. How about that? And by the way, people that really met a twin flame, they always say things like, yeah, I wouldn't wish this on anybody because the ego death, the dark night of the soul at the beginning, it's fucking painful. It's weird. So MJ, like I said, just don't resist it. It's fine. You don't need to do anything about these sensations. Yeah, I looked in the chat and she said, I'm having psychic dreams too. And I'm sure, MJ, you've heard me talk about that, right? People always go, I had a psychic dream. And then you ask them to describe it. And they go, yeah, I dreamt that I'm going to be with my twin flame. And it was like 10 years ago, right? No, a psychic dream is where you dream about something and then like the next day you get out of bed and it comes true, or a month later. It usually doesn't take that long, maybe a couple months. Mine happened the next day usually. And it's usually like mundane shit, I should add. But yeah, that's a twin flame. That's a twin flame experience right there. So congratulations, MJ. Welcome to the True Twin Flame Club. Thank you for that question, MJ, and thank you for the super chats. We got a couple more. From eDrums, another question and another super chat. Thank you for your super chat. You're very kind. It really helps. eDrums said, hi, I did a heart coherence meditation yesterday, and afterwards I saw her birthday numbers. So your twin flame on the clock. I wasn't thinking of her. Should I just keep meditating and trying to align with the soul? Well, I would need more information from you. eDrums. Synchronicities are real. Looking at the clock and seeing stuff like that is real, but I would have to have a conversation with you about that before I would say to you that it is definitely a synchronicity, right? And the reason for that is because two things. Well, one thing really. Some people, they think they're on a spiritual journey and they look at the clock every 2 minutes or every 5 minutes or every 10 minutes or whatever, right? And they do it so much that you're bound to see some kind of a number pattern eventually, right? You're bound to see one. Of course you're going to. You will see what appears to be a number synchronicity, but you see 1111 one time throughout the day. However, you've looked at the clock literally 500 times. Literally, you just subconsciously do it. So I don't know. I would have to ask you about that. I remember when I was getting the number synchronicities at the beginning, it would not only just be on a clock, but it would be the thermostat, a street sign, a license plate, a billboard, and it was constant. It was like every 5 minutes. It was insane. And the synchronicities too. It was so bizarre. Now, okay, so E-drums, you are saying that you are not checking the clock a million times. Okay. The other thing that I was going to address, E-drums, is these don't usually have a meaning. This is where a lot of people misstep, because if you're getting a shit ton of these types of number synchronicities, yeah, right. Okay, yeah. So E-drums is now saying sometimes it just randomly surprises me and it blows my mind. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, dude. I was there. Like the way that synchronicities happen sometimes is so bizarre. Well, anyway, what happens when you focus on something a whole bunch? You're going to start to get reverberations from the universe that remind you of it. It's that simple. It's that simple. People want to attach a meaning to everything, and this is where they get lost in the sauce. Because what they're essentially trying to do when they do that, they're looking to see, oh, does that mean I'm going to be with my twin flame? Does that mean I am on my spiritual journey? I am now becoming spiritual, right? What does it mean? So they're really kind of like putting the cart before the horse. What it really means is you are on a spiritual journey already. And that is why you are getting all of the synchronicities and numbers. The numbers and synchronicities usually are just feedback from the universe. They are the effect, not the cause. The way the mind works is it looks at this kind of paranormal stuff and it says, oh, that paranormal stuff is the cause. The numbers are the cause. My twin flame coming to be with me is going to be the effect, right? That's why they start asking questions about meaning. But what's really going on is they have it reversed. The numbers are the effect. The synchronicities are the effect. You are the cause. You already are on this spiritual awakening. Your consciousness is exploding. And the effect is you get a bunch of synchronicities. Now, you could keep track of them, I suppose. But the things that you should really listen to, if you really and truly want to glean some kind of a meaning from something, it's going to be the intuition, especially when it comes through your heart. You get this weird, eerie knowing, and it like overtakes you. It'll stop you in your tracks. And you're like, whoa, how do I know this thing about the future? And then it comes true. Like, for example, you're going to be with your twin flame, perhaps, right? Or they're going to come back in 2 weeks or something like that, right? And then it does happen. And again, it's really powerful. And the mind doubts it. The mind questions it. It often feels a lot like deja vu. Not always, but often it'll have this strange character of feel to it, like deja vu, kind of. But the difference is, whereas deja vu is, I've been here before, intuition is information about the future, something that's true for you, or information about another person. But both deja vu and intuition have this character of feel to them, the weird, eerie knowing. The weird, eerie knowing is like the carrier frequency, right? But deja vu versus intuition, the information being carried on that frequency is different. Do you see how that works? but they both feel kind of the same. It's this strange knowing, and it'll stop you in your tracks. It overtakes you, and you have this knowing. That's intuition. That's psychic intuition. That shit, I write that shit down. And after 8 years, I have practiced presence and meditation so much. I've been doing this for so long. I've been experiencing intuition so much that I've gotten used to detecting the really faint intuitive hits too. And I still get the strong ones sometimes also. But that's something that I would attach a meaning to. E-drums. So if you saw her birthday on the clock, it's just feedback. Think of it like a bell, right? Think of it like a bell. After I stop shaking the bell and the gong is no longer coming into contact with the body of the bell, there's still a ringing that reverberates for several seconds, right? Right. It's like that. It's just feedback from the universe reverberating. If you focus on something a lot, you're going to see things that remind you of them. You're going to see a car, their name, their birthday. That happened to me. I would see my twin flame's name around. Now, if it's your twin flame, you'll see things that remind you of them, but you won't see them around. Because your twin flame is the one thing in the whole universe, which is also you. Everything else is just everything else. And if you focus on anything else, you'll attract it to you. But because of the nature, the non-dual nature of the soul, you and your twin flame are the same soul, remember? If you are focusing on this person who has the same soul as you, you push them away. Because focusing takes mind. What do the masters call mind? Separation. That's what that word really is. It's describing the mind. So e-drums, that's why that's happening. And yes, just keep meditating and aligning with your soul. And remember, e-drums, you are not on a twin flame journey. You're not doing any of this to get your twin flame to come back. You guys, you need to get yourself to a place where genuine Zen spiritualism is far more interesting and important to you than to be with your twin. And if you really met your twin flame, you will. You will. Once you start doing the deal and doing your daily spiritual practice and detoxing from your twin flame, you will automatically, organically, and naturally be more interested in those things. Your twin flame, you're just going to not even care. So just don't make that mistake. Don't be doing that, e-drums, to get your twin flame to come back, right? I'm meditating and I'm aligning with my soul so that my twin flame will come back, right? Don't do that. Excuse me. E-drums follow up. They said, I feel like I've heard voices and felt myself fall into a void, like state in my heart and my pineal gland while meditating. I've had psychosis before, but I think this is different. Well, I would have to talk to you. I'm not a psychologist. That's a problem in the twin flame community. It's a real problem. People that probably have schizoaffective disorder or something like that. But flip side of that is you could have diagnosed psychological problems and yeah, you met your twin flame. I've had people with borderline come through my program and people with OCD, like really bad obsessive compulsive disorder. And interestingly, they took the program, they had some kind of a big breakthrough, and their OCD symptoms, they felt like were more manageable. And I'm not a psychologist. I'm not claiming to diagnose. I'm not claiming to cure any of these ailments. What I am saying is practicing mindfulness and meditation, guys, even a psychologist will tell you to do that, right? Because you're detaching from the mind. And if your mind is really active, it's only going to help. Still follow the recommendations of your psychologist or psychiatrist. But yeah, mindfulness, meditation, it'll kind of bring some spaciousness in there. So good question. Good question. E-drums. Let's go to the next question. Thank you for the super chat. Scarface. Scarface is going to bury those cockroaches. Bury those cockroaches. What was the other thing? Oh, don't fuck with me. Scarface. That is a really violent movie. I sat through it one time and I'm never going to watch it again. Oh my fucking God. I don't like violent movies. I watched it when I was a teenager and I think it fucking scarred me. Anyway, Scarface is saying, the more I let go and avoid 5D connection, the stronger the magnetic and sexual pull gets. After 4 to 5 days, it peaks. I redirect the energy inwards, but it only seems to make me more magnetic. I bought your course. Well, very good. So are you saying, Scarface, that you feel more sexually attracted to your twin flame, or they do feel more sexually attracted to you? I think what you are saying is you do, right? I think that's what you are saying. So if you're still with us, let me know in the chat. I think what you're saying is you do. That's possible, but let me put it to you this way. The only thing that is the same for everybody is twin flames are the same soul and the twin flame push pull. This. Whoops. Your mental, egoic identity, entity, personality, interpretation of whatever experiences you're having, metaphysical, spiritual, or otherwise, are going to be different from everybody else's. It's highly subjective. This is why there's so much confusion in the twin flame community. So people make connections that aren't necessarily there. When you say let go in the 5D, to me, what that sounds like is you're not yearning for your twin flame. You're not pining for them. You're doing your detox. I mean, if you're taking my course, then I think what I hear you saying is you're letting go of the push energy, the mental push energy, right? Because is there a connection with your twin flame? Well, sort of. There's the push-pull. There's the mental and emotional energy, which pushes them away, right? It's physics, not psychology. Because remember, this is a closed energy system. Twin flames are one soul having an interaction with itself through two physical bodies, one of which has reincarnated many, many more times. So it has more energy. It's not magnetism, what you see on your screen. I am not invoking magnetism. That is a different type of energetic mechanism. What I am talking about is more akin to the second law of thermodynamics. In all closed energy systems, energy moves from greater to lesser, right? It's entropy. The second law of thermodynamics. You push, they pull away, right? So that's why your twin flame runs. It's not a psychological reason. You and your twin flame are one closed energy system. And when you focus on them mentally, emotionally, or metaphysically, they're gone. So if you try to have a 5D connection with your twin flame, they run. This is not soulmates. The rules are different. So if you're taking the course, I'm assuming that you're doing your detox and you're going within, right? Experiencing yourself as consciousness. And I can see that you are giving some follow-up comments. Where are they? Okay, Scarface, follow-up content or comment. They said, no, we sense each other telepathically and energetically. Well, maybe. And the energetic tension between us keeps building, and sexually too. I'm only talking about in the 5D. Second follow-up comment, I can feel the energy strongly throughout my whole body. It's not mental. It's physically tangible. Well, I don't know. I would have to talk to you like on a call. I'm seeing a lot of red flags here. Some of the language, some of the lingo that you're doing. The first thing that enters my mind, and don't take any offense to this, I don't know you. I'm just looking at what you're saying. The first thing that I think of is somebody who's probably not a twin flame, or somebody who is a twin flame and they drank the new age Kool-Aid, right? And it's my job to help you. So don't take any of this as an affront. I want to help you. And if it's really your twin flame, I want to help you end the running and chasing and feel better. So we could just be talking past each other, Scarface. The other possibility, that said, if it's really your twin flame, the other possibility is the way you are describing sensations that your astral body is giving you, you think are things that are coming from your twin flame, right? I don't know, Scarface, if you remember this. I don't know how far you've gotten through the coaching program, but there's a part in there where I talk about how the mind is going to use high-tech weapons against you. It'll give you sensations. One of the things people call the twin flame phantom touch, which can be a indicator of something called psychosis, which we kind of just talked about earlier here. But if you really met a twin flame, it's probably not that. So don't worry. But what it is where you feel like the person is physically with you, right? Like they're laying on top of you, or they're physically with you, or they're physically having sex with you, right? And I figured out what's really going on is it's your metaphysical astral body playing tricks on you. It's high-tech weapon. It is a high-tech weapon that your mind is using to keep you focused on your twin flame. So Scarface, listen to this, and everybody listen to this. You'll find this interesting. So again, your body, mind, soul, right? A better, fuller description for what we call mind is astral body. Astral body. The astral body is made up of thoughts, emotions, chakras, metaphysical energy, and the retained thought and emotional imprints, which constitute the self-concept ego identity, right? The temporary mask that you wear of identity, not the soul, right? So the mind is kind of all of these things together. It's part energy, and the mind believes itself to be an actual being or a person. But without the consciousness of soul, that thing disappears. What happens when you do the thing that we call die? The mask of self, the self concept, the identity of self, the story of self, that's gone. It is only animated by the consciousness of soul, body, mind, soul. So now you guys kind of understand holistically how the three-part triune being functions, right? Now, that said, the ego, the self-concept, the identity entity is exactly that. It's like an artificial intelligence computer program. And when you have a spiritual awakening, it's going to fight for control. It's going to fight for its existence. It wants to stay in control. And it'll start to give you these weird sensations. For example, we sense each other telepathically and energetically, and the energetic tension between us keeps building, and sexually too. I'm only talking about 5D, or I can feel the energy strongly throughout my whole body. Right. High-tech weapon. It is a high-tech weapon that the mental astral body, it is an entity. It is the identity entity uses to maintain control. And again, the twin flame phantom touch, I experienced that. I did. Me, Kurt, New World All-Star. It felt like she was laying on top of me. And here's another thing about this. Anybody that doesn't agree with what I'm saying and believes in all that new age woo-woo kind of stuff, you really need to let that stuff go. The woo-woo, oh, I can feel them talking to me telepathically in the 5D, right? I have a better idea. How about they fucking call you on the phone and ask you to be their girlfriend or boyfriend, and then you can have real sex with them? Why does it always have to be this, like, I feel them in the 5D talking to me telepathically? And Scarface, this is not anything against you. You're one of my students. So it's my responsibility to try to help you. So I'm not attacking. I don't know who you are. And I'm trying to explore all of the possibilities with you. I would have to have a conversation with you to get to the bottom of things here. And again, it's true. Like, there's a lot of people that get into my program that really did meet their twin flame, and they kind of drank the new age Kool-Aid, and they're using some of the new age terminology to explain things that I definitely know to be real, right? You could actually, Scarface, be having some kind of internal experience that feels like telepathy. And one more thing, you can have psychic intuition, getting information about your twin flame. So Scarface, it's entirely possible that I could talk to you and find out that that is what you were experiencing. People use the word telepathy loosely. And so it could just be that too. So I would have to talk to you to figure out what's really going on here. And regardless of what's really going on, Scarface, I'll give you some advice about what to do. And it'll help you in either way, whatever it is that's going on. But telepathy is really like a subcategory of the topic of psychic ability. Psychic ability being the complete and total terminology that we're going to use to describe any kind of psychic thing happening, right? So what kind of psychic things could be happening? Telepathy, intuition, clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, and so on, right? Telepathy is generally something that happens in the third eye. We can talk about that later. But you can have psychic intuition, which is that weird, eerie knowing that you get in your heart, and it kind of overtakes you. And it has this character of feel to it that feels like deja vu, kind of, right? Let me show you something, just so you guys know. I'm not making this up. I am not making this up. This is not my opinion. This isn't Kurt's opinion. Yeah. Here's, again, Julia Mossbridge. Last week, we talked about the guy from the Heart Math Institute. I could pull that video up. I don't remember his name, but he's like the head of the Heart Math Institute, and they do controlled scientific research on intuition, psychic ability, stuff like this. Just in case you guys did not know this, there is a lot. There is a lot of legitimate, controlled scientific research into the topic of psychic ability. It's not just fringe anymore. And people like her, Julia Mossbridge, are getting money. They're getting millions of dollars. They're getting funding to do this kind of research. Why are they getting money? Because they can prove the things that they're saying. That's why people are willing to give them money. I will read her bio. I'm going to read Julia Mossbridge's bio for you. Dr. Julia Mossbridge is an American cognitive neuroscientist, author, and educator who works on exceptional human performance, including psi effects, right? So psychic effects. And by the way, lingo, just so you guys know, exceptional human performance is one of the official like lingo terminologies to describe the topic of like having a psychic experience or something like that, right? So she works on exceptional human performance, including psychic effects, notably on precognition and presentiment. She is Senior Distinguished Fellow in Human Potential at the Center for the Future Mind at Florida Atlantic University, member of the Loomis Innovation Council at the Nonpartisan Stimson Center, affiliate professor in the Department of Biophysics and Physics at the University of San Diego, and founder and board chair of the nonprofit Institute for Love and Time. So she's not just any old whoever. She's a somebody, and she is doing controlled scientific research. And this is very exciting because you can prove these things. Like we needed that, but it is interesting. I'm all for it. Proving the existence of God, proving the existence of consciousness, proving the existence of psychic ability. That's fucking cool. No problem. No problem, right? Or here's Sean Webb on the Sean Ryan show. He works with the Monroe Institute. And again, this, if you're watching me in Spanish, this article, not really an article, it is a peer-reviewed scientific research paper, English, Spanish. It's in the video description down below, the link, if you want to go check it out. They talk about people having psychic experiences in here as the result of having an involuntary, forced, spontaneous spiritual awakening. So I just wanted to share that with you guys so that you know Kurt doesn't just get up here and make stuff up. You can prove this stuff. You can describe how it really works, right? So, and I see you had some follow-up comments. Where'd you go, Scarface? Let's see. There was a couple more after this one. There it is. Scarface continuing. It's hard to find the right words because I read a lot and everyone calls it something different. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to have a conversation about this stuff over super chats. But yeah, I don't think much of New Age either. Good for you, dude. Because that shit's bullshit. Continuing, we rarely send each other brief images telepathically. It's intuitive and spontaneous. For example, when I'm in no mind, but this started a month ago and it's only happened twice. Yeah, I'd have to talk to you, dude. If you were exchanging images telepathically. Confirmed. I would say that you're not twin flames. But again, is it really telepathy? And also, are you really doing that? Or is it your mind playing tricks on you? Like I just said, the mind, it'll play tricks on you. It'll play tricks on you to keep you focused on the person. And I'll tell you why, by the way. You and your twin flame are the same soul. You could think of the soul like a radio wave, which is actually a very astute analogy. It's a very good analogy to describe the soul. Chakras are like little radio transmitter receivers that are hardwired tuned to the television channel frequency, the radio wave, the soul, right? And it's only hardwire tuned to that channel, to that radio frequency. It's not like a real television where there's a dial, right? So that's the setup. That's the engineering of the human machine, how it is connected to the soul. Again, the chakras are like little radio transmitter receivers. Also, the mind is externalized. Again, the masters, they refer to the mind as separation, right? Twin flames think that word is a relationship status. Union too. No, those are states of consciousness. And if you use the actual teachings, spiritual teachings that are attached to those words, you get your twin flame to come back. But now, somehow, twin flames got it all mixed up. You can thank the internet for that. And the fad twin flame culture that has misappropriated the topic of twin flames, you can thank them for the fact that now everybody thinks that those are a relationship status with your twin flame. But I digress. The mind is separation, so it believes it is separate from the external world, and it's always looking to the external world for its salvation or satisfaction or to become whole and complete, right? So inherently, the mind is looking outside to get what it thinks it needs to feel good. You now have yourself a set of perfect storm conditions because this person and you are the same radio wave. And I forgot to explain this part. The soul, the radio wave, is where the mind and even the body, to a certain extent, derives its replenishment. Now, we mere mortals, we need to supplement with food and sleep. But what about one of those guys in the Far East that can sit on a mat and meditate for 2 weeks without eating, sleeping, or going to the bathroom? How do they do it? Because, see, if you and I don't eat or sleep for 2 weeks, usually that results in death. Or you just get really sick and almost death, right? So how do they do it? Well, it's because they're in such a deep meditative state that the energy of the soul is providing 100% of the replenishment. So you have a set of perfect storm conditions where you're the same soul. The mind gets its primary source of refreshment or replenishment from the soul, and the mind is externalized. And here's a person that has the exact same food that your soul, or I'm sorry, your mind gets its food from. Does that make sense? Your mind gets its food from your soul, and this person has the same food source, the same fuel source, and they're outside of you. And the mind really wants a hit of that shit. That's why, and on top of that, the ego is like an entity. It's like an artificial intelligence computer program that believes it is a distinct being, and it will fight for control. It will fight for its existence. Do you see the problem? That's why people get things like the twin flame phantom touch, which is, again, where you feel like your twin flame is physically laying on top of you, or they're having sex with you, or they're touching you. And again, ordinarily, a psychiatrist would call that psychosis. So the mind, it'll play high-tech weaponry tricks on you. This is high-tech weaponry to try to get you to focus on the person again, because the mind thinks it needs a hit of that energy to be fulfilled. The mind, it doesn't know any better, and it wants to stay in control. It thinks it needs the person. So Scarface, provided you really met your twin flame, and I'm going to go out on a limb, my friend, and guess that if you paid for my coaching, you already checked to make sure whether it's your twin flame or not, right? It's probably just that, whatever you're experiencing. Or again, it's hard to explain some of this stuff. Yeah, you're feeling it in different parts of your body. Maybe it's intuition. Because again, even I had not telepathy, but intuition. Intuition, where it's like I could feel who she is as a person, but it wasn't like there was consciously like information was exchanged. It was just like, what is it like to be her? It wasn't her telling me anything. And anyway, she was asleep. And this is something, this is why, and again, don't take any offense, but I think you understand me here when I am skeptical, because there's so much, there are so many people in the twin flame community who they did not meet a twin flame and they're having some weird sensation, or a random thought enters their mind and they think it's their twin flame and they didn't even meet a twin flame. And then you find out they've got other stuff going on. You know what I mean? And again, if you signed up for my coaching program, I'm going to guess that's not you. So I'm trying to be very careful not to offend, but I don't know you. I've never talked to you, and that is a problem in this space, the twin flame community. There's people that make stuff up, or they're listening to some echo in their head, or they feel some weird sensation in their body, and it's not their twin flame. And there's people that make stuff up about this all day. I once had a woman in our program who claimed that her spirit guides were talking to her on this side of her head, and her twin flame was talking to her on this side of her head, and that she could feel her twin flame having sex with his partner. And then later I found out she had schizoaffective disorder. And she argued and argued and argued and argued with me about it, that she could be having telepathy with her twin flame. Now, Scarface, you probably don't have schizoaffective disorder, but the reason I'm saying this is because it's a problem, dude, in this space. It really is. So I don't know. When you finish the video course, hop on the detox call and let's talk. Let's talk about this, because I want to know what's happening. Now, advice, Scarface, whatever it is, because if you really met your twin flame, then I'm going to say it's your monkey mind playing tricks on you. It is using high-tech weaponry to keep you focused on your person. That's what's going on. You can have intuition about your twin flame. But for you to make the claim that you two are exchanging pictures telepathically, I am going to expect third-party verifiable evidence, like a text message from her going, hey, I just told you telepathically that I'm in the forest. I'm going to expect that, rather than just, you think that it's her talking to you, right? I'm going to want to see proof, because again, your mind, it can play tricks on you, and it does. It absolutely does. The twin flame phantom touch. I had that, right? And when that happened to me, I thought it was pretty weird, but the next day I was thinking about it and I was like, no, that's got to be my body playing tricks on me, because she's not actually here. And at the time she was running away. She was rejecting me. I was in the friend zone. So I'm supposed to believe that I'm in the friend zone and she's rejecting me and she's pining for me and yearning for me sexually. This is the thing that people do in these twin flame Facebook groups, guys. The twin flame has got them blocked and they're dating a bunch of other people and they've got zero desire to be with you, but you're convinced that your twin flame has desire to have sex with you. It can't be both. Do you guys see what I'm saying? This is why I'm so skeptical about that crap. And then I found out, yeah, there is a mechanism I just described in great detail. There is a mechanism that can give you like funny sensations and shit like that. So it's probably just that. Yeah. So here's what I'm going to give you advice, Scarface. Number one, when you're done with the video course, get on a detox call and we'll chop it up. We'll talk. Number two, you don't need to do anything about it. You don't need to do anything about it. For right now, what I would do if I was you actually is to operate as if it is your mind trying to trick you. Because remember, your mind wants you to focus on the person. And that's the last thing you should be doing. It's just your mind being a sneaky fucking bastard. Because all this stuff that you think you're experiencing is just keeping you focused on them. Right? That's what the mind wants. It wants to stay in control. So that's my advice. Really great question too. All the same, my friend. Very interesting things for us to be talking about. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. All right, next super chat from Angels and Wolves. I know who you are. You're one of my Facebook mods. Thank you for the super chat. They just wanted to come on here today and remind everybody that you cannot heal the mind to align with the soul, because the two aren't the same. And everyone gets that wrong, but people always repeat it. It's a myth. Yes, that's true. There was somebody that wanted to talk to me on one of our group coaching calls yesterday, and they never made it to the call. So I hope they make it next week. Ooh, I'm usually on there every Monday. But she wanted to talk to me about how you can heal your way into union. And I already know what I'm going to tell her. Healing the mind will not make you one with everything. Full stop. Like right off. That's all I have to say right off the bat. Healing the mind is not going to make you one with everything. And so, okay, two things. First of all, let's talk about these words. As long as I've raised the subject, let's talk. Let's chat. Come on. Okay. So, English YouTube channel. This is the playlist. The True Twin Flame Teachings. Spanish, same thing. The True Twin Flame Teachings. Go find this playlist. And right there at the very top, the very first video. And again, if you speak Spanish, sometimes my web browser translates the title into English because I'm an English speaker and it knows I live in the United States. But these are all 100% in Spanish. So if you're a Spanish speaker, it'll all be in Spanish, including the audio. You just click on the damn video and it's going to be me talking in Spanish.
Searching for information about twin flames,
Oh,
telling
see?
yourself that you're in separation with your...
Yeah, that's not my voice. So it has audio dubbing turned on. It even does that. Look. So I'm going to turn it off. I'm going to turn off audio dubbing. Listen to what happens.
Con tu llama gemela y necesitas entrar en unión. Y también a veces escucharás a personas decir, oh, necesitas desprender.
Right, so I have all these videos translated into Spanish using my voice. Right, so Spanish, and you'll notice too, the pictures, the video thumbnails, they're all in Spanish. So we got you. And my customer service department will talk to you in Spanish. My coaching program is all in Spanish. The Facebook group, we can translate to Spanish. The Zoom coaching calls, Spanish. We got you. Anyway, the very first video, the ultimate truth, twin flames, separation consciousness, unity consciousness, and detaching. It is the first video for a reason, and it is the ultimate truth. Here, let me show you. Let me just show you. You guys, let's go to Google. And I'm just going to type in Ram Dass union. In Ram Dass's teaching, union refers to the realization of oneness with the divine, dropping the illusion of separateness and recognizing that everything in life is a vehicle for returning to the source. Now, listen to the way it is worded. It does not say becoming oneness with the divine. It's very specific that it is the realization of oneness with the divine. In other words, you already were one with the divine. You realize, oh shit, wait, I am already one with the divine. And also dropping the illusion of separateness. Separateness, like separation, right? Paramahansa Yogananda. In Paramahansa Yogananda's teachings, union means the conscious merging of the human soul with the infinite spirit God through scientific meditation and Kriya Yoga. The core principle of divine union and universal harmony is advanced globally through his, but it's just his own way of saying this exact same thing that Ram Dass just said. You already are one with everything. Okay, what about Alan Watts? Alan Watts defined union as the fundamental, undivided oneness between the individual and the universe. Guys, these are not twin flame words, union and separation. What happened was 1950s, 1960s, somebody who was on a twin flame experience, somebody who met their twin flame, they had to have figured this out, you guys. Oh, me and this person are the same soul. Every time I practice the master's teachings, right? Like the Buddha taught the same thing. You already are one with everything. You're not separate from anything. Jesus, same thing. I and the Father are one. And then Jesus also said, these things and more shall you also do. Jesus is one of the most misunderstood spiritual masters of all time. Krishnamurti, same thing. Hare Krishna, right? The masters, the big names in spirituality. And then Eckhart Tolle, who is essentially the modern day Buddha. So not some random new ager on YouTube or something like that, right? No, the masters. They're going to tell you you are already one with everything, that you are this distinct self-concept identity is an illusion, that you are separate from all that is an illusion. You guys know this. You know that these are the base teachings of genuine spiritualism. As soon as I start saying them to you, right? You're going, yeah, I've heard about this. I know. I've heard this, right? It's not all the new age healing hype, right? This is where these things come from, right? Even science is speaking in similar terms. Here's Spanish, by the way, if you're a Spanish speaker. You are one with everything. The yin-yang symbol represents separation, and separation is not bad. We are not saying that separation is bad. It's just, that's what that is. The mind is separation. The soul is oneness or unity. So you are already all of it. You cannot become something that you already are. You just believe in the illusion of separateness. You believe yourself to be this ego mask of self, that you are this collection of retained thought and emotional imprints, the roles that you play in life, the places you've been, the things you've done, your beliefs, your dispositions, just kind of the way you are, right? It's a collection of retained thought and emotional imprints. And we're not saying that's bad. That's just what that is. But it is a temporary mask that you wear. On day one, when you were a newborn baby, 1 day old, were you thinking about who you were? No, there was no self-concept. That comes later. And even a psychologist is going to tell you that the personality congeals into the basics of whatever it's going to kind of be around the age of 7 or 8. So it takes years for this identity of self to start to form. Now, going back to the newborn baby, what was there on day one? What was there on day one? Not self-concept. Consciousness. You were existing, and that's all. It's a soul that just incarnated, right? Okay, so going back to this playlist, that's why that video is first. The true twin flame teachings are right under your nose, guys, and they have been this whole time. You already know you're on some kind of a spiritual journey. Yeah, well, this is your journey towards full-blown Buddha level enlightenment, the master's journey, not the new age pop culture woo-woo fad stuff. No, real spiritualism. And I'm not sorry, guys. It needs to be said. You know, New Agers, they don't even like to be called that now. How did that happen? Because it used to be a great honor to be New Age. And now whenever you see one of them, they're obviously New Age. It's a religion, and it's not a very nice religion. It's kind of toxic. I'm not sorry, guys. It has nothing to do with experiencing your true nature beyond mind. It has nothing to do with the release of suffering, which is what real enlightenment is, right? So this first video on this playlist, it's the code breaker, guys. Somebody figured it out. I don't know who it was, but their fingerprints are all over the twin flame community, and they must have figured it out a long time ago, 50s, 60s, I'm going to guess, 1950s. And then the internet comes along, gets a hold of the teachings, and starts mixing it all up. And now nobody remembers what the original meaning of those words are in the spiritual context. Guys, everybody else, and I mean everybody else in the entire spiritual community knows what those words really are, and they are using them the correct way. Everybody. So if you look at what I'm doing with my arms, think of a big pie chart that represents the whole spiritual community. And then you got this one tiny little piece down here called twin flames. It's the twin flame niche. Tiny, tiny little niche in the overall general spiritual community. And only this tiny little piece down here is confused about what those words are, but everybody else knows what they are. You guys, twin flames, you're outnumbered 100 to 1. You're outnumbered 1,000 to 1. Everybody else knows what those words are. But twin flames thinks it's a relationship status? Hell, you say? And if you start using the teachings, the correct teachings that those words bring, your twin flame comes back, guys. And again, what are the masters going to tell you? You cannot heal your way into becoming one with everything. You already are. You just forgot. Changing around the thoughts in your mind, feeling different emotions, right? Healing, psychology is awesome. And I highly recommend it, but it will never make you one with everything. You can't heal your way into something that you already are. And by the way, side note, if you start with genuine spiritualism, healing actually does happen. Spontaneous healing. don't you know? You're going to be spinning your wheels. And you go to Sedona and super nice people. These are, genuine people, but the toxicity is kind of covert because everybody that you talk to, they're like shocked when you disagree that you have to be in a perpetual state of healing. And that's really what they want you to do. You need to be in a perpetual state of healing in order to prove that you're spiritual. And you can never get mad. And all the people pushing this weird belief system that you're not allowed to get mad or sad or just have normal human experiences, they do it. They get mad, but it's okay when they do it. You see what I'm saying? It's like covert toxicity. This isn't good, guys. It'll never work. And you just go through the same cycles of suffering. Psychology healing, it'll never work. It'll never work when you are identified as the mind. It'll never work. Guys, go watch this documentary film. There's 4 parts. Make sure you watch part 1 first. Don't skip around thinking that if you get to part 3, your twin flame's going to come back. It won't make sense to you. Start with part 1. It's free, guys. It's called Samadhi. And it has audio dubbing. If you're watching me in Spanish or something, just go type that in, Samadhi movie. Go type that in. And turn on audio dubbing. You can listen. It'll talk to you all in Spanish. And if you really met your twin flame, this film will change the course of the rest of your life. This film, Samadhi, this is what I'm talking about. This is a remembrance, you guys, not a becoming. You can't become something that you already are. You're remembering who you already are. You're already one with everything. Healing, do it later. I did. And my twin flame and I, we were already good to go. No problems, no running and chasing. And then I was working with a psychologist years later to work out stuff with my family, you guys. So Angels and Wolves, thank you for raising the subject today. This is very important, guys. And again, why should you listen to me? Well, the things that I'm saying make sense. They come from the masters, not some random person on YouTube. But also, once again, guys, go check out this playlist. Here's the English one. Here's the Spanish one. Twin flame success stories. People that I've helped to get married to their twin flame. Or they're having families together. And yes, they're still together. Ruxar, I talked to her not that long ago. She's still married. I interviewed her 4 years ago. Gretel, same thing. I think SJ actually finally broke it off with her twin flame, this gal here. But she did that. She said, I don't want him. He still wants her. Wouldn't that be nice if it was your decision instead of your twin flames? They're always running away from you. And it seems like you don't have any say-so. Wouldn't it be nice if it was the reverse? You get to decide if you want to be with them or not. And that's really how this works, guys. You don't have to be with them. You can. But at least that way, it's your decision and not theirs. Okay, I don't think I missed any. So Angels and Wolves, thank you for your super chat. That was a great question. Let's see. Next question from Oslem. Hope I'm saying that right. Dude, the divine masculines feel energy signs like ear ringing. No. On day 1, he felt like he went to the future and back. Well, maybe ear ringing. I guess they could feel the ear ringing, maybe, to be fair. That might actually be possible. And I'll tell you why. On day 1, he felt like he went to the future and back. Later, he said, "You are me," and saw my name everywhere. Do they really experience this stuff too? Yeah, well, I don't know, maybe. Ozyulem. But riddle me this. Did he then run away from you and tell you that he doesn't want to be with you anymore? Right? This is something, I get this a lot. Like, you detach from your twin flame, you start meditating, you're maybe taking some of my advice, and things are going good, right? Things are going good. They come back, they want to talk to you again. Things are going really good now, right? And during this brief period, maybe a week or two, when they come back together with you, it's all awesome. And they go, you bet, I felt it too. You or me, we're twin flames. Yeah. Well, why are they saying that? Because they want to be with you right now. And so they're going to say romantic-y things. Right? You're my person. You bet. But then 2 weeks later, they run off again. And what are they going to tell you? I never believed that. No, we're not. We're not twin. I never said that. I didn't mean it. Mine did that to me once. You know, like 8 years ago. She came back and everything was cool. And she's like, okay, so I'm the masculine. Ha ha ha. Right? Sure, I love you, Kurt. And then 2 weeks later, she ran off again. That hasn't happened for years, but it happened in the beginning a couple of times, right? And then it was, I never loved you. I never said we were twin flames. So this is kind of a misnomer whenever I see people doing this. Now, maybe they could have ear ringing. I mean, to be fair, I'll tell you why. Because when you have a hurricane of metaphysical energy getting pulled into you, remember, they are the pole twin. So consciousness is flowing into them a lot, but it's going into the void too. It's going into their chakras. So they're not awakening. They just got to get the fuck away from you. They're resisting your energy. But to be fair, yeah, I could see maybe like ear ringing or something like that. Yeah, sure. It's like the wind blowing past you. But I don't know, if their ears start ringing, expect them to run away from you pretty much right away. Right away. They're out of there. And again, they're never going to experience the full-blown, involuntary, forced, spontaneous spiritual awakening. Again, I will link this in the description, English and Spanish. There's a link in the description. Unless you're watching the live stream, then it's only English, but you could be watching like a replay or something. But I'm not talking about somebody that's just taking up an interest in spiritualism where it is voluntary and they just kind of feel drawn to it and maybe feel really drawn to it and they're very passionate about it. That's not it, guys. What I'm talking about is like when the police come and get you, you're going to become psychic. You're going to have Kundalini. You're going to have heart chakra opening and you're going to have dark night of the soul. Psychic dreams, an increase of deja vu, out-of-body experiences, and so on. You will be forced to do it. Now, call me crazy, but I don't mind being forced to become psychic. That sounds all right. And again, let me make sure you understand me here. I mean real psychic ability, not the made up stuff on the Twin Flame Facebook groups. You have an intuitive knowing, very powerful. It overtakes you. It stops you in your tracks. And you know things about future events. And then they come true. This is peer-reviewed scientific literature from prestigious universities and institutions. The University of Greenwich in London, the Imperial College of London. These are psychologists college professors and paranormal researchers, peer-reviewed. Here it is, peer-reviewed. This isn't quackery. I'm not making it up. It's not what I think. And again, I am not defining what a spontaneous spiritual awakening is. I am just telling you what it is. And I'm very careful now to differentiate between somebody who is having a voluntary awakening where they just feel really drawn to spiritualism. No, this is, again, like the police coming to get you. You're going to do it. It's involuntary. You're forced to do it. It's fucking weird. And it's otherworldly, you guys. It's highly paranormal. Whether or not you met your twin flame is immediate and obvious. And by the way, people who really met a twin flame, they usually doubt it. The people who did not meet a twin flame, you got to argue with them. You'll never convince them otherwise. Funny how that works, isn't it? And again, in this research paper, all they're doing is describing a phenomenon that's been very well understood for a long time. Oh yeah, here's another thing. If it's your twin flame and you detach, they come right back within just a couple of hours. Within just a couple of hours. Do you guys remember it was last week when I shared a portion of this video here with Rain?
Hello, everybody. I have a very
Her name is Rain. Here, let me see if I can find it. I think it's like 10 minutes and something, or 12 minutes. No. Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe that was it. 1929. Let's try that.
Then I would have weird things happen. Like, I remember the first time that happened, like I came into, like, I really remembered who I was. And then it kind of went, and then like 5 minutes later, because I walked through these big gardens, this gardener stopped me and he just started randomly chatting to me. And then when only for like 2 minutes, and at the end of it he introduced himself and he goes, "Oh, my name is," and it was my twin flame's name. And I was like,
of course.
and I just immediately was like, that is,
I think it was earlier. The mind of duality, plus minus, yin yang, one.
yeah, it's the mind that makes it this process, like into these steps that you have to merge your masculine back with your feminine, and but it goes beyond that. It's not that, because it's not any steps. You already are that. It's just remembering that you are that.
Remembering.
And, yeah. But it felt go up quite quick.
From an outside perspective. She's talking about,
it did feel like that, but
she's talking about Kundalini and leaving her body. Where is
it's
it?
hard to answer. Sometimes I'll just get a feeling that something's gonna happen. Like,
yeah, well, now she's talking about becoming psychic. I don't know. I don't want to waste your guys' time, but somewhere in here, I was showing it to you guys last week, is the part where she goes, yeah, I felt this experience of oneness, and he immediately came back. Immediately came back. I swear to God, it was back here somewhere. Let me try this.
Is that you're everything. You're not just you.
That's another checkbox on my twin flame test. They call it non-dual merging.
Yeah, and that, I think, so the merging is what everyone refers to as the feminine and masculine coming together, but how I've perceived that on my journey, which is not a journey, it's just whatever, is that it's just you remembering that you are a soul. Like,
right.
Yeah.
This is critical. I want everybody in the audience to understand what she just told you, because there's no merging of the feminine and masculine. What's really going, I don't know. It's in here somewhere, but it's right away, guys. You detach from your twin flame, you experience the oneness immediately. They text you, they come back, right? Well, anyway, a little bit of a tangent there, but yeah, Oslam. I mean, I gave my twin flame a headache once because I started pulling back the energy on purpose. I'm serious. At least I think I did. So we still had the push pull going, and she had me like fully in the friend zone, but we were still texting. And every morning, I did this for a week. I would get out of bed, and I have like a long train ride into work at the time, like 45 minutes. And I would practice pulling my energy in. I would like face my body to wherever she was. And I would do that, right? And I did that for 2 days in a row. And she got this massive headache both days. Okay. And then the third day, I didn't do it, and she was fine. And then the fourth day, I did it again, and she got another headache. Coincidence? Maybe. But yeah, they're not going to have a full-blown spontaneous spiritual awakening. You will. You already are, right? But it's possible they might sense some of the energy. They're not going to go, oh, I get it, we're twin flames. The only thing that changes, guys, is they just want to be with you. So you're doing something and they respond to it. That's it. You're the so-called feminine. It's not really gender, right? It's energy. It's energy. Come on. It's energy, right? You're the so-called feminine twin. You're the push twin. You're the awakened twin. They are the unconscious, subconscious, you could say. You're the conscious, they're the unconscious. You are the cause, they are the effect. Cause, effect, conscious, unconscious. You do something, they respond. If you focus on them mentally, emotionally, metaphysically, they pull away. If you stop doing that and go within, they come back. It's the twin flame push pull. It's physics, right? Now, can there be other things that they feel like twin flame, what I call twin flame kundalini? And I was in the middle of my kundalini awakening when this was going on. I felt this energy force between us. It's like there's a big elastic rubber band attached to your whole torso, and you can physically feel it like pulling and stretching. You feel it, and it's not emotion. It's not like a sexual urge or a rush of adrenaline or any of that. It's a force. It's a force pulling at you. She said she felt it pushing onto her. So can they feel some of this stuff? Fuck yeah, they can feel this stuff. They're not going to reach Buddha enlightenment. They're not going to have Kundalini. They're not going to become psychic. And they're not going to go, oh, I get it. We're twin flames. And everybody's sitting around waiting for them to do that. Well, the reason people are sitting around waiting for them to do that is because there's a myth that says that they will have a spontaneous, involuntary spiritual awakening. And then that's when they come to be with you. And they need to go through that in order for you guys to be together. And that's not true. They don't need to awaken for the two of you to be together. But that's why people believe that myth. Or you've got people who are not a twin flame, which we definitely talked about in last week's live stream. Your twin flame does not need to awaken for the two of you to be together, and they won't. But yeah, they can feel some of this metaphysical shit. They can. They can. And I've pressed her on it. Don't you think that's kind of weird? You felt this fucking weird energy. And one time we were like sitting at lunch together. I was still all the way in the friend zone. right? We're sitting at lunch together, though. I convinced her to have lunch with me, and I started doing it. I started pulling back, and she looked at me and she goes, "Stop doing that. I can feel that." And I kept telling her, I go, "Don't you think it's kind of weird that this is happening?" I don't know. That could happen to other people. Okay, divine masculine. And your twin flame, it'll be the same, guys, even if they come to be with you. So, Ozlem, thank you for your question. That's an interesting topic, for sure. For sure. Next question, it's Speaky Dooman. It is the Speaky Dooman. Rammstein. Rammstein. I am a German ramming road. Oh, I am aggressive. Okay. I had to. You got some lederhosen? Hey, I worked for a German guy. Straight up. I was 15. It was my first job. He was a mechanic from Germany, and he had lederhosen. He was cool, too. That motherfucker was a hard worker. Oh, my God. I've never seen anything like it. That guy was a hoss. Okay, Speaky Dooman. He said, am I going backwards with my let go progress? Well, I don't know. Are you? You're going to have to give me some more information, my dude, my German brother. I got German blood, by the way. I think it's on my mom's side of the family. There's a lot of people from Germany on my mom's side of the family. And my dad actually once did our whole family tree on his side of the family. And it's all Dutch and Norwegian and British, Spain, and France, right? And he even found like one guy who was Choctaw Indian. And it's not just I'm saying that I'm Native American. There's a lot. That's like a thing here in the United States. Everybody wants to be able to say, I have Indian blood. Do you? Well, I tan really well. Yeah, so what? But I'm looking for your follow-up comment. It's right below. You're a girl. I am Speaky Dooman. I'll get you. Where is it? Speaky Dooman. I'm looking. Anyway, my dad went to, he thought about doing my mom's side because that's where all the German blood is. He thought about doing my mom's side of our family tree, and he was like, actually, yeah, I'm going to hold off. And I don't think I have to tell you why. Well, I don't see your follow-up comment. Is it lower? Maybe it's lower. Here, hold on. It's here. It's right below. Follow-up comment. Yes, I remembered that you're from Germany. No, I don't see it. You might have to retype it. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it, my dudette. There is a recipe that my mom inherited from her grandma my great-grandma for these cookies that taste a little bit like black licorice. And I don't like black licorice, but there was such a tiny amount of the anise flavoring that they were actually kind of good, and they took like a week to make. I don't know. I like German food a lot, though, too. Yeah, I don't see your comment. You're going to have to retype it. I'm not seeing it. I mean, there's this, but I'm assuming you were commenting on the previous question that we did. While you are retyping Speaky Dooman, there were a couple of other super chats where they just kind of threw a couple of bucks into the pot. Oh, it's a Tusa. Awesome. What's up, man? Whoa, man. Also a whoa, man. $2 Canuckian dollars. Thank you for the $2 Canuck dollars. I greatly appreciate you. Diddles. Thank you for the super chat. You're very kind. Speaky Dooman, are you going backwards on your progress? Are you going backwards? Inquiring minds want to know. Am I going backwards on my let go progress? Yeah, why don't I see the comment? I don't know. There could be a word. Yeah, okay, so it's not letting you send the comment. There could be a word, it probably is a word, which is on my banned word list, or it's on YouTube's banned word list. Like you're not supposed to talk about self-deleting, for example. I'm assuming that's not what you want to talk about. There's also these fucking spammers. They're like robots, spam bots. And they're just disruptive, and they'll spam like WhatsApp phone numbers. I've had to block a lot of those. Yeah, there's a bunch of words on my band. Yeah, try splitting it and try rewording some of it. There's got to be a banned word, I think, is what's going on. I'll tell you what, though, Speaky Dooman. You cannot go backwards on letting go. The mind is what wants to become. It is the mind that wants to become. And there are psychological methods for letting go. There are psychological methods for letting go, which can work. But it just so happens that we are here, of course, talking about the spiritual methodologies, right? And really, to let go of the person, to detach, is to remember that you are not the mind. That's really it. So it's instantaneous. You're already detached because there's no other for you to attach to. Okay, here is the first part of your question. Speaky Dooman. Basically, he says, or I'm sorry, she. Speaky Dooman, a feminine, divine feminine, said, basically, I had a breakthrough while meditating that my energy shifts from head to the chest, yes, which feels very intense. And ever since I had that happen, I started to dream almost every night of him. And now I'm lost in the feelings again. Okay. Interesting. Well, we kind of just talked about that actually with, I don't remember who it was, Scarface. We talked about it with Scarface. where I said you could be having those types of experiences, right? But it's actually your mind playing tricks on you. Remember that, Speaky Dooman? And this is another one. The mind will give you dreams to keep you focused on your twin flame. Basically, anybody who's watching Scarface, Speaky Dooman, or anybody else, if you are having any kind of internal experience which causes you to focus on your twin flame, in 100% of the cases, it's your mind. It's your mind, unless it's not your twin flame. But like I said to Scarface actually paid money for my coaching. I'm pretty sure you're intelligent enough to have figured out if it's really your twin flame or not. Speaky Dooman, same thing. You've been on my YouTube channel for a while, right? Here's another follow-up comment from Speaky Dooman. She says, yeah, I do. Like most of the time, I'm doing pretty okay now, but the past few days were exhausting and painful again. Yep. Yes, it actually kind of is connected to the meditation. Hey, side note, by the way, Atusa, just let me know in the chat. Are you the one that sent me the book? I still haven't read it yet. I don't know if I will. Maybe. I get a lot of books and manuscripts and emails and stuff. But I think that's you. You were on my locals too, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Speaky Dooman, it could be connected to the meditation. Yes. Now, how is it connected to the meditation? Well, if you have a breakthrough, the mind immediately, it wants to figure out, how can I sabotage this? Because remember, the ego mask, the identity entity, is that. It's like an artificial intelligence computer program, and it believes that it is sentient. It is not sentient because, again, when you do the thing that we call die, the energy source of the mind, the soul, it leaves, and everybody knows the body's gone, the ego mask is gone, the self-concept, right? The identity entity, the retained thought and emotional imprints, right? For anybody watching the replay, it's this identity or sense of self, the identity mask of ego, right? I'm a mom, I'm a brother, I'm a doctor, I'm a lawyer, I'm a teacher, I'm a truck driver, I'm a cook, right? Whatever, I'm a tattoo artist. I'm this kind of person, I'm that kind of person, right? The things you agree with, just kind of the way you are. But that's all conceptual and emotional. And we're not saying that's bad. That's just what that is. It's the ego, the id, the personality, the separate self, self-concept. It is an identity. What is the soul? It's a formless essence. It is only consciousness. If you think about a newborn baby, 1 day old, is the baby thinking about who it is? No. The baby's not thinking at all. There's no self-concept. So what's going on inside the baby? Consciousness. Only consciousness. That's all. It is only aware. And meditation is where you get really good at being aware that you are awareness. Being aware that you are awareness. And so it's only an experience. You're not thinking it. You're actually looking away from thinking as much as you can. So just for any new people, that's what we're talking about. And again, where do I get my information from? Buddha, Paramahansa Yogananda, Krishnamurti, Jesus. Jesus one of the most misunderstood spiritual masters. Go read this book, guys. Jesus Christ Zen Master. Jesus Christ Zen Master. Post-awakening, post-enlightenment, you go read the New Testament and you're going to go, oh, that's what Jesus meant, right? Eckhart Tolle, right? The masters, the big names in spirituality. And this is the book you should really start with, whoever you are. The Power of Now, The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle, available in every language. The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. The first chapter is called You Are Not Your Mind. That's the first thing we need to talk about. You are not the identity. You are something deeper. You are something beyond. Chapter 2, Consciousness, which is the end of suffering, the way out of pain, right? So that's what that is. Body, mind, soul. That's how that works. And the mind believes itself to be sentient. And you, Speaky Dooman, are kind of detaching from being identified with mind, right? When you start to break free from it, when you start meditating and having some of these experiences, it'll try to give you dreams and strange sensations like we talked about with Scarface, to try to get you to focus on your twin flame again for the reasons that we just talked about, right? The mind is externalized. The mind derives its primary fuel source from the soul, and this person is the same soul as you are, and the mind is externalized. It likes to get its resources from outside. So you have a set of perfect storm conditions. It thinks it needs to get the person. And that's one way that it's going to try to maintain its control so that you don't ascend, right? Continuing, Speaky Dooman says, I feel like my mind and soul are fighting for now, and my mind is stronger. I have all the understanding that it takes to let go, and that we're all coming from the same source. But my mind, I feel like I get a good look at it, but I am chained to old habits. Yeah, that's all mind too. And actually, the soul isn't going to fight anything. The mind is going to fight, sure, to maintain control. But there's nothing for you to accomplish, Speaky Dooman. There's absolutely nothing for you to accomplish. So let me put it to you this way. This is the same kind of dilemma that people are having when they use words like I'm blocked or I'm stuck. You'll hear that. And there's a million videos on YouTube from well-meaning people telling you, here's how you clear blocks, right? And the one thing they never tell you to do is to look to the master's teachings, Buddha, Jesus, Paramahansa Yogananda, Krishnamurti, Ram Dass, Alan Watts, Eckhart Tolle, Gangaji, Rupert Spira, Michael Singer, Ramana Maharshi. Never mind the master's teachings. Here's some random shit that I came up with. I'm going to make a YouTube video about it, right? What is their epistemology? They're just going to give you some healing shit. It's the new age healing hype. The masters are going to tell you you're not blocked, you're not stuck, and you don't need to fix anything. You are not what feels blocked. So Speaky Dooman, you feel this unsettled feeling right now is basically what you are telling me. I have this unsettled feeling. I feel like I am stuck. I feel like I need to get out of this place that I am in, right? That's generally what you are saying to me. And what I am telling you is that's not you. You're not what is feeling those sensations. And I definitely just explained where those sensations are coming from, the self-concept, the ego, the mind, the identity entity. It's creating emotions, and emotions are very diverse. For example, feeling stuck, it's an emotion. Or another emotion I call the seeker, right? So after I answer a question, for example, you might feel this. Like if the emotion could talk, here's what the emotion would say. It would say, Kurt, I hear ya, and I think what you're saying is truth, and I appreciate it. Thank you. But there's just gotta be something else here. It's just, I don't know. I'm just still looking out there. There's gotta be another answer out there, right? You feel this unsettled feeling like I just gotta keep looking, and there's gotta be an answer. I gotta think of another question to ask. I have to dismantle this psychologically, right? And that's how I would describe the emotion. If the emotion could talk, right? Yes, sure, totally. Right. The mind has all these narratives, it has all these stories, and there's emotions attached to them, right? And I used to struggle with that a lot too. I'm a narcissism survivor. And so that was a big one, right? And to compensate for not being good enough, then it would be like people pleasing and stuff like that. Atusa, cool, right on. Right on, my friend. Very good. Very good. I'm glad to see you on here. Yes, I thought it was you. You were in my meditation group. That's what I thought. Right on. Well, hello, my friend. But yeah, back to you, Speaky Doomin. That's all it is. It's an emotion. Emotions are diverse. There's lots of different emotions that you could be experiencing, and these are some of them. And this is why, again, this is why there's so much misinformation from helpful handymen, nice enough people, right? One time I hired a handyman. He was a really nice guy, and you could tell he meant to do right. He wanted to do a good job, but he didn't know what he was doing. It's like he used to be an IT guy or something, like a computer guy. And he just decided, oh, I'm going to be a handyman now, right? Because he started breaking shit on my house. And I had to send him away. But he was genuinely a really nice guy. And he had nice clothes and a nice truck. And, you know, he wasn't like a criminal thug or anything. You know, he had all of his teeth. And everything, you know, not like your stereotypical contractor. But yeah, he did not know what he was doing. And that's almost all of the spiritual advice you're going to get online, and especially in the Twin Flame community. That's why I keep telling you guys, go to the master's teachings, non-duality. Paramahansa Yogananda, Ram Dass, Eckhart Tolle, the Buddha, right? The big names. And when you start reading their books, number one, you're going to go, they're all saying the same thing. Number two, you're going to go, they are all the masters. All the masters are all saying the same thing. And it's radically different from the New Age healing hype on the internet, which is coming from nice people, but very confused. They are the helpful handymen, the New Age healing hype. And this is why they get confused, because they're interpreting this vast myriad of emotional sensations that your mind can be giving you. Anything other than be here now, right? And look at this, Speaky Doomin. Now you are saying, I feel so close to the breakthrough. Right. Who says that? Who feels close to the breakthrough? Who feels like they need to get somewhere or accomplish something? The mind is what becomes, remember? The mind is what becomes. The mind is what becomes. The mind is duality, yin yang, light dark, past future, duality. And it's not faulty or defective because it is duality. That's what it's for. That's its purpose. It's just that it's not you. You are not that. You are the one. You are the soul. The mind is past, future. And so if you feel this urge to get somewhere or to accomplish something or have some breakthrough, that's not the soul. Yeah. And again, where do I get the teachings from? You ask any spiritual master, Yogananda, Eckhart Tolle, whoever it is. You go, hey, Eckhart, you got to enlightenment. How did you get there? And he's going to go, well, when I got to enlightenment, I realized that I always was. Or what took me so long to get here is that I was trying to get here, right? What took me so long to get to enlightenment is that I was trying to get here. When I got to enlightenment, I realized that I always was. Doing, thinking is action. Healing is action. Psychology is action. And again, healing good, healing great, healing not spiritual. And that is not debated by the great spiritual masters. Rearranging the thoughts in your mind. And I know Speaky Dooman, you understand this, but just for the audience, rearranging the thoughts in your mind, thinking different thoughts, feeling different emotions, and so on. It will not cause you to be one with everything. Healing good, healing great, healing not spiritual. And when you have caused yourself to be one with everything, you're going to say, oh my goodness, I always was. I was never that which was trying to get here. And again, what I am explaining to everybody right now, Yogananda is looking down at me from heaven right now going, yep, Kurt, thumbs up. That's exactly how it works. You are explaining it properly. And I'm not saying that to give myself accolades. I'm saying that because you can go read it for yourself. Go read his book. Go read his book. Go read The Power of Now, guys. You cannot become something that you already are. You are just believing in the illusion of separation, that you are separate from any kind of an outcome or a goal. Remember here, let me show you this again. Remember what I showed you guys about Ram Dass, where I typed in Ram Dass union, and it said, in Ram Dass's teachings, union refers to the realization of oneness with the divine, dropping the illusion of separateness and recognizing that everything in life is a vehicle for returning to the source. And again, notice the language, notice the wording that even Google is using. And Google has it right for once. Google Gemini actually is doing it properly. How about that? It's not saying union refers to becoming one with the divine. No, it says union refers to the realization of oneness. In other words, you already are. Well, how did you realize that you already are? By dropping the illusion of separateness and recognizing. Right. And no, maybe it is kind of ignoring your mind, but not really. It's just that you are not your mind. The mind is always going to be there. You're never going to get rid of it, but you're focusing your attention on other things. And there's a whole side conversation that we could have about spiritual bypassing, because you don't want to completely ignore it, right? Spiritual bypassing is where, like, if you have an emotion, you say that it is a failure to have an emotion. And it is not. It is not a failure to have an emotion. It is not. You have a mind. You are going to have emotions, right? Totally fine. Totally normal. It's just not who you are. The other form of spiritual bypassing that you usually get from the New Agers, which is not spiritual. I'm not sorry, guys. New Age is not a good thing. I'm not sorry. It's not good. It's not good, guys. But the other type of bypassing that you get from New Agers a lot, who don't want to be called New Age, by the way, anymore, apparently, because they know everybody figured out how covertly toxic it is. Anyway, the other form of bypassing is the idea that you are only allowed to feel good emotions all the time, only ever. And if somebody is toxic to you, then you're just supposed to go, oh, I love you, namaste. No. So you're supposed to not have boundaries? Speaky Dooman, ignoring mind and emotions aren't healthy. Yeah, that's right. So anyway, Speaky Dooman, I hope that answers your question. Whatever you are experiencing right now, whatever you're feeling, Speaky Dooman, you're feeling like I'm stuck, I'm trying to get there, I got to get out of this way that I'm feeling right now. Whatever kind of way you are feeling is what you are feeling right now. It is what the mind is feeling right now. It's like some kind of weird weather coming in, right? Maybe it doesn't really, you get a lot of hail. Maybe there's no hail where you live, or you live somewhere very warm and it never snows. And then you get like one snowstorm. And like the last time that it ever snowed there, it's in the Guinness Book of World Records because it was so long ago, the last time it snowed there, right? Something like that. Some like freak winter storm in a tropical place, right? And immediately the mind goes, I have to fix it. Well, no, the weather just is doing what it's doing. What are you going to do about it? You know what I mean? The weather, it is as it is. The weather, it is as it is. Whatever kind of way that you are feeling inside, Speaky Dooman, it is as it is. It is as it is. There isn't anything that you need to do about it. There isn't anything for you to accomplish. You are present now. You are consciousness now. The power of now. And again, anybody watching, this book is the best beginner's book for anybody that's on the true spiritual journey. That's what this is. You met your twin flame, right? This is available in every language, English, Spanish, all of them. The Power of Now. The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. There is nothing for you to become. Whatever is now. Speaky Dooman. And you're quite welcome, my friend. And again, you do not struggle. You do not struggle. You are not the struggler. You are not that which struggles. Again, struggle is an emotion. And by the way, Speaky Dooman, I have payment plans. You can start for $41. Just saying. Just saying. All right. I'm going to do one more question. We're going to do a freebie. I'm looking for a freebie. Somebody who did not put a super chat. Diddles, we actually talked about this today. The answer is sorta, but they still ignore it. Diddles. That's really the answer. They don't have them anywhere near as intensely as you do. As a matter of fact, if they have them, you are the cause. They might feel the push energy a little bit. They possibly could get like some ringing in the ears, but yeah, the answer basically is no. And even if they do feel like the push energy, um, they're never going to go, oh, I get it. We're twin flames. And they go awaken. And yeah, that's not going to happen. And it doesn't need to. It doesn't need to for you guys to be together. That's the myth, right? DF awakens, DM awakens, and then they come together and they do their healing together. Yeah, that's never happened. And it doesn't need to. What does happen is your twin flame wants to be with you because you're the feminine, you're the leader, you're in charge, right? And I should know, I've helped a lot of people to be with their twin flame. Here's this again. If you are watching in Spanish, also available in Spanish, right? Twin flame success stories. A lot of the people that I've helped to be together with their twin flame. I've helped a lot, guys. Thousands. I've got 8,000 people in my coaching program. So yeah, this works. And I'm here to report to you that your divine masculine twin flame does not need to awaken for you to be together. They do not, and they're not going to. Well, I don't know, guys. It's 4:00 where I'm at. Maybe I'll call it a day. I don't see any like specific questions. Wait, what's this? Hold on. Oh, this is a good question. I like this question. This is actually a really great question to end with. And Diddles, I'll do yours too. We'll do two. But let me do this one first. Oh shit, where did it go? Oops. Hold on. One moment, please. Do. User, I'm doing your question. I hope you stick around. User WI4XT5YR1W. If you're still on here, I'm going to do your question next. Do. Okay, so I'm going to do user W14XT5YR1W. And then I'm going to do Diddles 100. Here we go. User, your question is, I had a Kundalini awakening 2 years ago and have healed a ton of trauma and doing better. What's the next step? I love this fucking question so much, and I'll tell you why. What is the purpose of a spiritual awakening? Well, it is the beginning of the end of suffering. This does not mean that you will not have challenges that come up in life, right? There will be challenges. Just a couple months ago, Eckhart Tolle posted a video called "Life is Not Here to Make You Happy." And I saw that and I was like, well, goddamn, Eckhart, that's like some shit my mom would have said to me, right? But he's right. He's right. The world around us is not intrinsically like set up to make you happy. It's here to challenge you. And this is a very strange paradox that all the great spiritual masters have spoken to over the thousands of years, which is that abject circumstances that typically cause suffering cause you to awaken. And doesn't that seem like a cruel joke? And at first it might to an outside observer, but to the person having the awakening experience, it's really not. It's not a cruel joke. It's actually fine. And it was a worthwhile endeavor for this person to have gone through the awakening process of dark night of the soul and then all the weird shit that happens to you, right? Where does suffering come from? Suffering comes from mind, and I suppose the body. Now, Jesus, they hung him up on the cross and they tortured him and shit. I don't expect you to be that damn good. Jesus actually looked at his torturers and said, "Forgive them, for they know not what they do." Wow. How is that even possible? I couldn't do that. And I don't expect you to. I'm sure he was in a lot of pain, however. But suffering, suffering the loss of a loved one, getting fired from your job, circumstances of your life, these types of things, or some kind of clinical depression. There you go. It's all mind. It's all mind. It can be induced by the outside world, but most of us are not going to be hung on the cross. Most of us do not live in North Korea where it's overtly oppressive. We live in countries where you can get food, shelter. It's not really a problem. I mean, maybe it's a challenge because you got to try to get a job, and worst comes to worst, you're living with your friends or something, but you're not going to be out on the street. You know what I mean? So someone's going to help you out. You know what I mean? So the physical, for most of us in our modern world, the physical circumstances, it's not the worst it could be. You're not living on the streets. So what does that leave? Well, it leaves a story. Again, the mind, the mental and emotional self-concept. User, I think you've been watching me for the last, hour. So you probably already heard me explain the 3-part triune being, body, mind, soul, what that is, how it works, what the mind is, right? The self-concept of ego mind, the identity entity, right? Is this emotional creature. And it's like you, the consciousness, which is the soul, the consciousness, are living in a 1-bedroom apartment. You're living in a fucking studio apartment, a single room apartment, right? There's like a little tiny bathroom in a closet, and then there's one room that you sleep and eat and cook and everything in, right? A studio apartment. And your body represents the apartment. And it's you and your roommate, the mind. There's your consciousness and the fucking noisy ass roommate, obnoxious. It'll never shut the fuck up. It's always thinking about something. It's always generating negative emotions, right? Like depression or whatever it is. It's you and this fucking noisy roommate stuck in a studio apartment together. And you can't leave. Right? Like your body, again, your body represents the apartment. But that realization is the doorway to freedom. You don't need to leave the apartment. You have this like magical ability to tune out the noisy roommate because it's not you. You are the awareness, like I'm always telling you. A newborn baby, 1 day old. What's going on inside the baby? Is the baby thinking about who it is? Is there any kind of self-concept which could have some kind of faulty programming like depression, right? No, the baby is only awareness. And you can't think your way into awareness. It was there first. The thinking came later. You just have a case of mistaken identity. So, user, remember this, write this down. You are not broken. You just have a case of mistaken identity. You are not broken. You simply have a case of mistaken identity. You are not your mind. And I'm sure, user, I think I've seen you on my live stream before. I'm sure by now you're reading this book. Make sure you read this book, The Power of Now. The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. Again, everybody watching, this is available in every language, English, Spanish, whatever, right? This is the best beginner's book for everybody who really met a twin flame. And meditate. Build spaciousness into your life. Watch Eckhart Tolle videos. An Eckhart Tolle video a day keeps the mind away. Here's another person that I really like, Rupert Spira. If you go to the homepage of my YouTube channel, whether that be English or Spanish, scroll down, English or Spanish YouTube channel, either one of them, you'll find this here, featured channels. So this is English, this is the Spanish one, right? Estelar del Nuevo Mundo, Star of the New World. Scroll down. There it is, featured channels. And all of these channels have, on the videos, audio dubbing. So you can listen in Spanish. Now, it's primarily these first three here, Eckhart Tolle, Rupert Spira, and Gangaji. Greg Braden I like because he's all about the science of the human machine. So this is kind of getting more into like law of attraction, which I talk about sometimes too. Joe Dispenza, same thing, law of attraction. Closer to truth, this is like the science of consciousness and why law of attraction works. If you're interested in how science and spirituality are intersecting right now, he's got some of the best minds in science. Robert Lawrence Kuhn, the guy that runs this project, Closer to Truth. I mean, he's got Roger Penrose and people like that. He's got all these amazing connections, like top shelf physicists, mathematicians, philosophers. Yeah. Michio Kaku. Like, how the fuck do you even get to talk to that guy? Wow. And a lot of these physicists nowadays are going to be telling you things like, yeah, we think the universe is mind. Really now? You mean to tell me the whole universe is one giant living organism? Okay. That's what a physicist is going to tell you nowadays, you guys. That's what they're not telling you on television right now. Well, anyway, so just stick to the first three here, Eckhart Tolle, Rupert Spira, and Gangaji. And then there's all the other books that I'm flashing. So user, you're not broken. You just have a case of mistaken identity. Align with your soul. And again, you don't think your way there. You don't heal your way there. You cannot heal your way into consciousness. Consciousness actually would just be observing whatever the mind is doing, and you would experience yourself as this distinct consciousness, which is aware of being aware. User, you can go watch my How to Meditate video also. It's on my True Twin Flame Teachings playlist, the True Twin Flame Teachings. So what do you do after the awakening? It's the end of suffering. And the end of suffering is I am not my mind. I am not that which suffers. I am not my mind. I am not that which is suffering. The mind is what produces emotions and suffering, but that's not who you are. You are not that. You are not suffering. You are the observer of suffering. You are the observer of suffering. Luna, and thank you for your question, user. The end of suffering. That's the goal. And when you get there, you're going to go, oh, shoot, I always was. Meditating, building spaciousness into your life, making this a way of life. That's how you get to enlightenment. And again, when you get there, you're going to go, oh my goodness, I always was. I always was consciousness. Use the tools, read the books, watch the videos. It is your journey to peace, releasing identification with that which suffers. And again, one more time, when you get there, you're going to go, oh, wait, I always was. I always was consciousness. I was never trying to get here. Interesting. Okay. This is your journey towards full-blown Buddha level enlightenment. Thank you, user. Luna, welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm glad that you're here. I was going to just do one more question. But if you have a question, I'll try to squeeze you in as well. I don't do readings, and I've got some good news. You do not need a reading. You already are your twin flame. You are your twin flame. You are your twin flame. You do not need to find out if you're going to be with them. You are them. And really, to cause this person to come be with you permanently, that you call twin flame, is to release the illusion that you were ever separate from them. Non-duality spiritualism, the master's teachings like the Buddha, Yogananda, Alan Watts, Ramana Maharshi, right? So if you have a question, go ahead and put it in the chat. I'll help you to get your twin flame back. Also, go check out my True Twin Flame Teachings playlist. Go watch that playlist. There's a playlist on my YouTube channel. Just binge watch like the first 20 videos. You're going to watch like 20 of those videos and you're going to be like, damn, this guy's different. Yeah, I am different. That's why I'm getting different results than all the other twin flame coaches. And I'm not sorry. I get hate. People, oh, he's so arrogant. Well, no, I'm just a truth teller, guys. I'm a truth teller. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry for telling the truth. So if you got a question, if you want to squeeze a question in, I'll go a little long for you if you got a question. But I was going to do this person's question. So we'll do that right now. Diddles 100. Diddles asks, Kurt, in your experience with those who are together in the third dimension, right? So like my twin flame students, if the positive polarity, so-called feminine, right? If they have certain metaphysical abilities, does the negative polarity, so-called masculine, also have the same ability? No. No, they do not. This actually has come up a couple of times on today's live stream today. There have been rare instances where they feel some of the strange sensations that are coming off of you, though. Possibly ear ringing. They could be getting some of that. But that's it. Just mild. There's also the twin flame push-pull. This. And I have in the past, I even explained it today. I'll explain it again real quick. So something I call twin flame kundalini, which is usually, it's not technically actual kundalini, but that's just kind of a bad naming convention that I came up with, right? Like imaginary numbers. If any of you know anything about mathematics, imaginary numbers are actually real numbers. So it's just kind of a bad naming convention. But we're going to go with it. Twin flame Kundalini. Okay. But it's adjacent to Kundalini all the same. And if this happens to you, it does tend to happen around the time that you are having Kundalini. Here's what it is. You'll have, it feels like a big elastic rubber band attached to your whole entire torso, right? And you can like physically feel this force pulling and stretching the elastic rubber band. It's attached to your whole body, and you can feel it pulling towards the other person. It's not emotion. It's not like a sexual urge or anything like that. It's not like adrenaline, none of that. It's like a force. It's energy pulling from you to your twin flame, and you can feel it. And about half of you guys watching will experience that. Half of you will not. Get this. For those of you who have that, who do experience that, ask your masculine, ask your divine masculine if they can feel it. Your masculine is going to say yes. They're going to, mine did. And dude, I'm telling you, the masculines, they're not going to wake up, guys. And again, it's not really, this doesn't really work on gender. Those are just labels. Kind of like twin flame Kundalini is just a label, right? That's not really Kundalini, but it's adjacent. So masculine, feminine, that's not really how it works. It's energy, right? It's energy. But the so-called masculines, my twin flame, the first time that happened to me, I just kind of gave her a funny look. I like met her at this lake. I was still in the friend zone at that time, but she was trying to be nice, and she let me come hang out with her one time. And I was standing right in front of her, and you could feel it. And it's so weird. It's so cool. And I just kind of looked at her funny. Well, about 2 weeks later, I told her about it. And she goes, yeah, I felt it. Wait a minute. Don't you think that's kind of weird? And she goes, I don't know. Okay, divine masculine. You cannot make this stuff up, but they're not going to go, oh, I get it. We're twin flames. And then they're going to start meditating and having out-of-body experiences and actual Kundalini, which is the sensation in your spine that we talked about earlier, right? But can they feel some of these sensations? Yeah. And notice, by the way, everybody that I've talked to about this, like in a one-on-one or something, like I used to do twin flame tests, and I'm going to do some more at some point later this year, but that's one of the questions that I ask them. And then if they say that they did have twin flame Kundalini, I should think of a different term. Twin flame push. Did you feel the twin flame pull? Yeah, maybe I could call it that. The twin flame pull. I don't know. That's not going to work either. Anyway, I asked them, did your twin flame say that they felt the energy? And some of them say, yeah. I actually asked them about it, and they said that they could feel it pushing onto them. So again, this is evidence for the unidirectional nature of the mental energy between you and your twin flame. It's unidirectional. It's because they are one of your past lives. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, let me show you. If you've never seen me talk about this before, here you go. And I won't get into this right now. There's a whole video on my YouTube channel that I'll show you, which I explain in great detail how you can tell what appears to be going on is that your twin flame is actually one of your past lives. Not the past in time, but in your past. So you've reincarnated a bunch of times since you used to be them. And you can hop all around in time every time you reincarnate, right? So you met a past version of yourself. Well, what's one of the things that happens when you reincarnate? Well, it's pretty well understood that consciousness increases with each life lived. Consciousness increases with each life lived, right? So that's why you have more energy than your twin flame. And guys, the twin flame push pull, this was around long before any of the weird psychological explanations that people come up with were around, right? And we talked about this earlier on today's live stream. When I started 8 years ago, it was very well understood why your twin flame runs. It's physics. And again, not magnetism. You see the plus and minus symbol, and people immediately think of a magnet. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the amount of energy. It's not magnetism. Magnetism is a different kind of physical energy exchange. I am talking about energy. The second law of thermodynamics. In a closed energy system, energy flows from greater to lesser. It's entropy. The second law of thermodynamics. The higher pressure pushes on to the lower pressure, right? Think of it like the weather. It's like a high pressure system pushes the low pressure system out, right? It's one soul having an interaction with itself. You and your twin flame are a closed energy system, right? So that's why they run. And again, 8 years ago, it was very well understood that it's physics. It's the twin flame push pull. And you could still get some decent information on the internet about twin flames back then, you know? And you could still find like older, like 1990s internet websites where they were talking about this. But also 8 years ago when I started, that was also right around the time that the new age fad culture hijacked twin flames. And now fucking everybody thinks they're a twin flame, even though they're not. Most people who say they are a twin flame are not. I probably have a lot less of that on this YouTube channel because I'm so explicit about explaining the real signs to tell if it's your twin flame. And I'm relentless. I don't back down. But ever since then, ever since the last 8 years, I've seen all these different psychological explanations come and go over the years for why your twin flame runs, and none of them stick. None of them stick. Currently, it's they are an avoidant, or it's the Sophia consciousness thing, or it's the nervous system, right? It used to be, oh, well, it's because they're a narcissist. And before that, it was they need to heal their inner child. And right now, I see the avoidant thing starting to lose popularity, and it's getting replaced by other things. 8 years ago, nobody was talking about, oh, it's because they're an avoidant. You guys see what I'm saying? Do you see the pattern? These psychological explanations, they come and go, guys. Why? Because those aren't the real explanations. It's always been physics. It's always been this, the twin flame push pull. Now, to your question, Diddles 100. Yes, during the runner chaser part, there can be some of that stuff. Yes, the pole twin flame can feel the energy pushing onto them because of the unidirectional nature of the twin flame push pull. But they're not going to awaken. They're not going to have Kundalini. They're not going to go, oh, I get it. We're twin flames. All they're going to do is run away from you because they respond. You could think of your divine masculine twin flame like the unconscious or subconscious twin that just responds to what you're doing. You are the cause. They are the effect. You are the conscious twin. You are the cause. They are the unconscious or subconscious. They are the effect. You push, they pull. Cause, effect. Conscious, unconscious. And again, they're one of your past lives, guys. You mean to tell me every single life you've ever lived, you had a spiritual awakening? Every single one? No. And anyway, it's a lot more likely that you're going to awaken in this life because you have more consciousness. Hello. So yeah, they can feel some stuff. Also, yeah, they respond by running away when you push onto them. But if you stop pushing, if you stop chasing, if you stop focusing on them, if you stop trying to get them to be with you, if you stop making them the purpose, if you stop pining for them and yearning for them, if you stop doing those things and instead replace all of that with the master's journey, genuine traditional Zen spiritualism, the master's journey, not the new age healing hype, real spiritualism, going within, not healing. That's not spiritual. Healing good, healing great, healing not spiritual. And that's not debated by the great spiritual masters. If you do that, go within, stop chasing, go within, they respond to that as well. They come back. How about that? Now, I said I was going to show you where you can learn more. Go to my YouTube channel. It doesn't matter which one. English. You could go to my English channel, Spanish. Same thing. Scroll down, and there's a playlist called Twin Flame Science. Twin Flame Science. The very first video is called What Are Twin Flames? It's an hour and 5 minutes of your time well spent. And if you want to have a mind-blowing experience, go check it out. Yes, your twin flame is your past life. It explains why they run. It explains how the two of you can be the same soul. And it complies with very simple physical laws. There's nothing even a little bit pushing the science or presumptuous or making something up at all. It is the most simple, basic, down-to-earth, fully scientifically valid explanation. It's awesome. And it's so obvious. No, it's not the soul splits. I explain why it's not the soul splits in that video. It's not that. And again, it 100% complies with very well-known basic fundamental physical laws. And it's obvious. Your twin flame is one of your past lives, guys. It's literally your twin flame. You're watching a replay of things you did in one of your past lives. When they do the thing that you call die, your twin flame, when they do the thing that we call die, they go back up. They're going to reincarnate a bunch of times. And one of those times, they're going to be fucking you. They're going to be you. You are a future version from their point of view. They will be you someday. I mean it. You really are the same soul as your twin flame. You really, fully, legit, really are. So Diddles, thank you for your question. Okay, we had one other person. There's actually two more. I wasn't going to go this long, but what the hell? I love helping you guys out. First is Luna. I invited you to leave a question, so I'll do you next. And then we got a super chat from Mr. fucking 4F100. Well, it says Mr. FN. Mr. fucking 4F100. So wait, you have 4 Ford pickup trucks. You have 4 fucking Ford pickup trucks. Try saying that 5 times fast. Mr. fucking 4F100 has 4 fucking Ford pickup trucks. Really? Try to say that 5 times fast. Mr. fucking 4F100 has 4 fucking Ford pickup trucks. All right, Luna, let's do you first. Luna, my other half has pulled back and is going through a dark night of the soul. I am keeping my heart open and praying for them. How can I support energetically without losing myself in the process? Well, they're probably not having dark night of the soul, and I'll tell you why. They might be suffering, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's dark night of the soul. We'll talk about that. But first, let me just cut right to the advice. Like, what should you do? If it's truly your twin flame, there isn't anything that you need to do. And as a matter of fact, just based on your question, if this is where you're at, I would actually maybe just do a detox and stop talking to them. Because if you're trying to like work it out, like I want to be supportive, we're talking things through, I'm trying to help them out, or I want to support them energetically. Those are all the things that make a twin flame run. And we kind of just talked about that actually in the last, with the last person's question, right? So again, the twin flame push pull. The more you do to get your twin flame to come be with you, or to make it about them, or to stay focused on them, you're doing all of these things to make sure that they do their healing, and then we're going to come back. They're going to come back to me, and then that never happens. That's what makes them run. It's a paradox, actually, with your twin flame. Because of the twin flame push-pull, it's physics, it's mechanics that makes them run. So the more that you're doing anything about them, even if it's like I'm going to send them love energy, yeah, that's really going to make them run. This is not soulmates. All you need to do is align with your soul. You already are your twin flame. You are them. Okay, so she said, we are not talking anymore because I've shown up and they already know how much I care. Well, that actually kind of makes me think they probably are your twin flame. If they don't want to talk to you right now because of how much you care, right? So this might sound mean right now at first, right? If you don't understand what's going on here. Because to say that you have to stop caring and stop focusing on them, that sounds kind of mean. But that's not really it. Because to stop caring about them would be mind. The mind can either care or not care. I can do or not do. I can love them or not love them. Right? Duality. The mind. The mind is duality. So in spiritualism, the mind is represented by the yin yang symbol, at least in one of the spiritual traditions, right? The yin and yang symbol represents the mind and the whole universe that we live in. And it works on duality. The mind is a system of duality. Light, dark, here, there, push, pull. Me, you. So separateness, also separation. The mind perceives there's a me and there's that whole world out there, and I am separate from that. Or there's me and there's my twin flame. That makes a we. We are two. We are separate. And I was also showing this earlier before you showed up from Ram Dass, one of the great spiritual masters, right? Using the word union and the word separation. Really now? Yes, really. Those words are not twin flame words. The twin flame community borrowed those words, and I can only assume they were using them properly at the beginning, but they aren't anymore. Now everybody in the twin flame community thinks that those words are a relationship status, and it's not. Those are states of consciousness. Separation is the duality of mind. And this chart here that you're looking at on your screen is just demonstrating, Hey, science also figured out that our universe works that way. How about that? Right? So science, spirituality, we're all talking about the same thing. The universe came from the one, from the source. And the soul is like a little holographic fractal reproduction of the source. So it kind of works the same way. And if you just try to hit the bullseye of oneness and beingness, and you're going beyond mind and experiencing yourself as this deeper divine essence, you'll remember that you are not that which has a preference. You are not trying to support your twin flame energetically, and you are not trying to support your twin flame energetically, right? Again, the mind duality. And again, what's my epistemology? Where did I get my information from? Buddha, right? Buddha, Paramahansa Yogananda, Eckhart Tolle, Ram Dass, Alan Watts, Ramana Maharshi, right? The mind is separation. The mind is duality. And the whole universe is. The soul is oneness. And certainly when you apply their teachings, your twin flame comes back. Really now? Yes, really now. But you're using the real teachings behind those words. Union and separation. So Luna, here's another thing that you can try. After the live stream today, go to this playlist on my YouTube channel. And for anybody watching in Spanish, I also have the same playlist on my Spanish YouTube channel, not this one. This one, The True Twin Flame Teachings. Go check it out, English or Spanish. On either playlist, the very first video is about the words. It's the ultimate code breaker. Why do we use the same words that all the great spiritual masters use, like Buddha and Yogananda and Ramana Maharshi? They have been using those words for a lot longer. And in fact, the entire spiritual world knows what those words mean. And then there's this tiny little piece. It's like less than 1% of the entire spiritual community, called twin flames, are also using those words, but they think that it means a relationship status. No, that's not it. So Luna, for you to focus on your twin flame and praying for them and doing all these things is actually what makes them run, because what you are doing, your starting point is separation. That's where I was going with this, right? You're starting with, I am me and he is him. That makes a we are two. And I want to support him. Yeah, I wouldn't. If he's a soulmate, you could do that. That's great. But yeah, this isn't soulmates. And I think you know that, right? So your starting point is separation, actually. You're saying there's two of us and I have to fix it. The soul is union. The soul is oneness, and you don't heal your way into the soul. That's another myth, right? Healing is good. Healing is great. Healing not spiritual. That's a myth. What is my epistemology? Where did I get that information from? Buddha, Jesus, Paramahansa Yogananda, Ramana Maharshi, Eckhart Tolle, right? Real spiritualism, the starting point is you are not your mind. If you want to get your twin flame back, start with this book, The Power of Now, available in every language. This is the best beginner's book. The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. What's the first thing we need to talk about? Well, chapter 1 is called You Are Not Your Mind. Right off the bat, the mind is what is asking, what do I do, right? So Luna, the self-concept of ego, the identity of self, this collection of retained thought and emotional imprints that you've been accumulating since you were a child. But on day one, you didn't have any of that. When you were a 1 day old newborn baby, were you thinking about who you were? No. So what's going on inside the baby? Consciousness. Only consciousness. The self-concept of mind, the collection of retained thought and emotional imprints, that comes later. And it hardens and forms into an identity. But the soul is formless, and it has no identity. It has no history. The mind is past future. The mind is past future. This past, all of these experiences that you've had in the past accumulate and start to form that sense of identity. They call it the ego or the id, the personality, right? The self-concept. But the soul has no past. It's always ever present in the eternal moment of now. Hence the name of the book. Now, what's the second thing that Eckhart wants to talk to you about? You guessed it, consciousness. If you met your twin flame, you are on the master's journey, Luna. This is your journey towards full-blown Buddha-level enlightenment. And I'm not kidding. This is the heavy-duty master's journey that you are on, not the new age healing hype. Healing good, healing great, healing not spiritual. You cannot heal your way into becoming one with everything, right? Really, you're going beyond the illusion that you were ever separate in the first place. So going back real quick to Ram Dass again, it says in Ram Dass's teaching, and I'll show you, Yogananda, he said the same thing. Alan Watts, same thing. They use the words union and separation, right? Same thing that they're all talking about the same thing. So it's not just Ram Dass's teachings. But continuing, union refers to the realization of oneness with the divine, dropping the illusion of separateness. Now, notice it does not say that union refers to becoming one with the divine. It's very distinct. It says it's the realization of oneness, which means the oneness was there first. You are merely dropping the illusion of separateness. Yogananda, same thing. Union means the conscious merging of the human soul with the infinite spirit. And you can read more on that. But that's just Yogananda's way of describing the exact same thing. Alan Watts defined union as the fundamental undivided oneness between the individual and the universe. It's fundamental and undivided. It was already there. He explained that the ego, what did I just say? The personality, the ego, the little me, the self-concept, right? The ego creates an illusion of separation. Whereas true spiritual awakening is realizing, not becoming, realizing is one. The human consciousness and the external cosmos are a single continuous process. Here's another thing. In addition to Eckhart Tolle's book, Luna, watch this documentary. It'll blow your fucking mind. If you met your twin flame, you're going to be pointing at the screen over and over and over again and shouting, "Yes, I get it." You will, Luna. If you really met your twin flame, it is going to make a whole heck of a lot of sense to you. So you don't want to, and you don't need to do anything about your twin flame. You already are them. And look at Luna. Here's your next comment. Look everybody, look at what she said. She said, "That's true. I have connected more and more with my inner self since I met my divine masculine." Right. Exactly. And you just wanted to, huh? You just wanted to. And in addition to all the weird metaphysical shit like Kundalini and out of body experiences and legit becoming psychic and an increase of deja vu and heart chakra opening. One more thing, Luna. Your twin flame, divine masculine, so-called divine masculine, it's only, you said, oh, he's going through dark night of the soul. Well, maybe he's suffering, but that's not the same as dark night of the soul. The meaning of the term dark night of the soul or ego death comes from the Zen traditions, and it is always the period of suffering that precedes a spontaneous spiritual awakening. So again, it is an involuntary, forced, spontaneous spiritual awakening. So it's not where it's voluntary, right? And you just feel drawn to whatever spirituality or astrology and all that kind of stuff, right? It's not voluntary. And people where it's a voluntary spiritual awakening, they could feel very, very drawn to those topics, and good for them. Those are good topics to learn about your true nature beyond this physical realm. But it's not the same. It is not an apples to apples comparison, right? Luna, what you are experiencing, if you really met a twin flame, Luna, what you should have already experienced by now, and this always happens within 6 to 12 months after meeting your person that you call twin flame, is an involuntary, forced, spontaneous spiritual awakening. It's like the police coming to get you and making you do it. You are going to have, at least 80% of you will have Kundalini, but you're going to have a preponderance of all the things that you could be having, right? Kundalini, psychic intuition, psychic dreams, an increase of deja vu, out-of-body experiences, heart chakra opening, union, or non-dual merging, which is this eerie presence that like grabs you and makes you experience this powerful divine sense of oneness, where you just know that you are the sky and the trees and the buildings and the people, and you can't explain it. Ear-ringing, Satori. There's also the weird paranormal experience, massive amounts of synchronicities, numbers, and things like that. And Luna, if you want to check it out, there is a free college course, essentially. It's long, but it's long on purpose. This will be the last fucking time you'll ever watch any signs video. This one right here, it's over 3 hours. Just take your time, watch the whole thing. Don't just watch half of it, right? If you really met your twin flame, I know you're going to want to watch it anyway, but it cost me a lot of money and time to make that video, and it's my pleasure to do that. So please use my free resources. It's like a college class, a college level class, how to really tell if it's your twin flame. And it's based on this. This is third-party, peer-reviewed scientific literature. And again, anybody watching in Spanish, same thing. There's a link down below to the Spanish version. But all these people are doing is describing something that's been talked about for a long time. A long time. That's all they're doing. A spontaneous, not a voluntary awakening, an involuntary awakening, right? And these are psychologists, researchers, college professors, right? This is peer-reviewed scientific literature, which appeared in a prestigious psychology journal. This isn't like a magazine article, what you're looking at. This is the University of Greenwich in London, the Imperial College of London. And the reason these are peer reviewed by college professors, right? And Luna, look at this. They use the word union. What? What is that word doing there? Right. It's because it's not a twin flame word. Twin flames are using that word the wrong way. And they talk about Kundalini. And in this research paper, peer reviewed, controlled science, they talk about psychic visions and shit like that too, dude. It's a very extraordinary experience meeting your twin flame. So go check out that video. It's long on purpose. Just take a couple days to watch it. You can watch a little bit one day and a little bit the next day. Take notes because I explain like what exactly does Kundalini feel like, and then I bust some myths about like what other people are going to tell you Kundalini is. And then I also, as always, I bring receipts. Where did I get my information from? Right? So just go watch it. It's long. Take notes. You'll never have to watch another signs video again because I show you how you can tell these are the real signs too, right? So get plugged in. It's all free. And yeah, don't be doing anything about him. You don't need to. But again, is he going through dark night of the soul? Well, if he's your twin flame, no, he might just be going through a difficult period in his life, but he's not going to have all of the spontaneous awakening symptoms. You do. You're the feminine. You're the leader. He just responds to what you're doing. So if you're focused on him trying to get you to come back, he runs. But if you go within, you detox from him and stop making this about him, stop making him the goal, stop sending him energy, stop trying to do anything about him whatsoever, and just experience yourself as consciousness, right? Not healing, but like meditation. There's even a video on my playlist called How to Meditate. Read these books, go within, learn to meditate, and get really good at it. You are going to be aware that you are awareness. You are aware that you are awareness, right? Aligning with your soul. You and your twin flame are the same soul. When you align with your soul person comes back, right? The mind is separation. That's why they run when you focus on them. The mind is what is focusing on them. The soul is just all inward. The soul is like curved space curving in on itself. It's going in and in and in and in. That's the soul. The mind is always going out and out and out. That's why they call it separation. So if you're approaching this through the mind, they run. That's the twin flame push-pull. But if you're aligning with the soul, they come back. You're the feminine. You're the leader. So whatever you do, they respond. They're not going to awaken, but they want to be with you. They want to be with you, right? And if you tell them, hey, we're twin flames, like if they come back, they might go, oh, sure, okay, we're twin flames. You bet. Why? Well, because they want to be with you suddenly, and they're trying to humor you. But then if they run away again, then they change their mind again, and they go, I never said that. We talked about that earlier too, right? They're not going to wake up, and they don't need to. You're the feminine. You're the cause. They're the masculine. They're the effect. Cause, effect, right? So go check out my stuff. Thank you for your question, Luna. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to the Real Twin Flame channel. And I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry for saying that. I'm not sorry. I've coached over 8,000 students, and I think proof matters. You guys, I just had people today on Facebook demanding proof. Yeah, Kurt, if you know what you're doing, show me proof. Okay, here you go. Here's a whole playlist of people that are married to their twin flame that I've coached. Also available in Spanish. I mean, I think it matters, don't you? Like, Kurt, if your shit really works, show me. It works, and oh, baby, does it work. So thank you for joining us today, Luna. All right, Mr. fucking Ford Fabulous, Mr. fucking 4F Ford 100s. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. New question from Mr. Ford. Mr. fucking 4F 100. He said, he or she, they said, "Hi, Kurt, I appreciate you. My other self comes back." So for anybody who doesn't know what that is, other self is what we call twin flame, right? Because they are you. The soul is the true self. The soul is the true self. You guys are the same soul, right? They are your other self. Continuing, Kurt, my other self comes back. Is it usually contact? Oh, I see. You are asking when the other self comes back. Is it usually contact, or can it be seeing them around town driving at a coffee shop? Yes, it can be both. Preferably it would be contact, right? Them coming back to be with you. Preferably, right? That's what we really want, isn't it? We want them to call you, right? Like there was the person earlier that I was talking to where she goes, "I think I'm having telepathy." And I'm going, I need to talk to you first. Because even if you are having something psychic, it's probably not the strict definition of the word telepathy. People throw that word around because they think all psychic phenomenon is telepathy, but really telepathy is just one type of psychic ability. But you could have intuition about your twin flame. You absolutely can all the time. You could be feeling stuff off of them. Yeah. But, what we talked about was they seem to have been having an experience where they were feeling some shit off their twin flame. And a lot of people, when I debate them on that and I cast doubt on whether or not they are actually like feeling their twin flame or whatever it is, they get really mad most of the time. And they insist that they're feeling their twin flame or whatever, right? And I said, okay, fuck all that. If you want to disagree with me, fine. I got something better though. Instead of arguing with me to justify that you're feeling your twin flame, why don't you try my coaching for a while? Because if it's really your twin flame and you try my coaching, your twin flame is going to fucking call you on the phone. Really, because that's what I'm saying. Hey, by the way, Mr. fucking 4F100, I am literally answering your question right now, sir or ma'am. Mr. fucking 4F150s. Mr. fucking 4 Ford F150s. I am literally answering your question right now. But yeah, anyway, that was my point earlier was people want to argue with me about if they're feeling their twin flame. And I'm like, fuck all that. How about you go on a date with your twin flame? Because the thing is, people that say that stuff, that's all it ever is. Their twin flame is ghosting them. Their twin flame has got them in the friend zone. Their twin flame is rejecting them. Their twin flame has them blocked. Right? But they're staying in this kind of like weird delusion because they think they can feel their twin flame. And so even though my twin flame has me blocked and they never want to talk to me again, I know that they still secretly love me because I can feel them. Yeah, right? That's what it is. And I'm like, fuck that. Why don't you just take my advice and then you'll fucking have babies with your twin flame and go on a honeymoon with them? Like, do you want the fake psychic experiences that you think you're having? Or do you want to go on an actual date with your twin flame and have some naughty fun time in the bedroom? Right? You know what I'm saying? So MRFN4F100. It could be any of the things that you're talking about. And if they're contacting you, if you're seeing them around town, yeah, that counts as your twin flame comes back. Now, maybe not too. I guess I could talk to you and find out that you live in a really small town where the odds of seeing somebody around are pretty high. But if you live in like a big metropolitan region, then maybe not, right? Preferably, it would be if they contact you, right? They come back to be with you. They want to talk to you suddenly. They want to go on a date with you. They call you on the phone. You know what I mean? But yeah, you could run into them. I've had students, that's happened a lot. That happened to me, actually. I live in a major metropolitan region. I live in a major metropolitan region. I do, Denver. And I fucking ran into her one time at the beginning, right when I was really mastering this and figuring out like how this all really works. And then it wasn't long after that she called me and said, I want to go on a date. How about that? So yeah, it could be seeing them around town. So I hope that kind of makes sense. Mr. FN4F100, let me know in the chat. Okay, good. Very good. Yeah. But again, remember, everybody, Mr. fucking Ford Fabulous and everybody else, if you are making them the goal, you're going to get not very good results or no results at all. You have to make this, honest to goodness, your spiritual ascension. You have to be far more interested in transcending the mind, the master's journey, than you are your twin flame. Your twin flame, when they come back, it's a byproduct of aligning with your soul. And again, your soul is inherently not focused on any kind of an outcome or a goal at all. The mind does that, right? And there isn't anything wrong with the mind, but it just so happens that that's the way that works. The mind is duality. It's past, future, right? That's what the yin yang symbol is talking about. Past, future, good, bad, here, there, me, you, separation. And the soul, which is a little hold on. The soul is a fractal holographic reproduction of the source, right? So it works basically the same way. But the soul, the reason I represent it here, or source, the reason I represent it here as a dot is because there's nothing opposite to it. It's just one. It's I am. And geometrically, it'd be like curved space curving in on itself, going in and in and in and in and in and in. The mind is duality, so it's outwardly focused. There can be a past and a future, a me and a you. So accomplishing a goal, trying to become something, trying to get into union with your twin flame. And again, you cannot become something that you already are. It's more like an unbecoming or a releasing of the illusion that you were ever separate in the first place, or the illusion that you were ever, more specifically, that which believes to be separate, right? Body, mind, soul. You think you are the mind, but you're not. Truly, you are the deeper consciousness. You just kind of forgot. So you are not broken. You just have a case of mistaken identity. That's all. You're not broken. You just have a case of mistaken identity. I hope that makes sense. And you won't. If you really met your twin flame, and like my program, for example, my paid coaching, I put you through like a really strict detox, right? And then there's the 90-day solitude challenge to get you to give you like a really good push start. But by the end of the 90 days, you want to meditate. You are going to want to do it. And you're not going to give a shit about your twin flame anymore. And you're going to feel awesome. Really, the soul is inherently always here and now. It's never focusing on any kind of a goal or an outcome. The mind is. The mind is past future. I'm here. I got to get there to the goal. The soul just is. The soul just is. So, yeah, again, to your question, however it pans out, MRFN4, F100, Mr. Ford Fabulous, Mr. or Miss fucking Ford Fabulous. You're welcome. You're welcome. Always, whatever is, just is. Nothing needs to change. Only the mind says that something needs to change. The soul would just accept what is without bypassing. Again, that's a side conversation. You don't want to do that, right? But generally speaking, and actually the mind is what bypasses. But yeah, generally speaking, however your twin flame shows up, you look at that and you go, that's what is. That's what is happening right now. And that's all, right? Like the book, The Power of Now, Eckhart Tolle, the modern day Buddha, right? So I hope that helps. And I think you're pretty awesome too, Mr. fucking Ford Fabulous. Ford, fix or repair daily. Found on road dead. Ford, fucked over rebuilt Dodge. I'm a GM guy, okay? I got a GMC. I got a GMC Yukon. That's what I drive. All right, guys, it's been 4 hours. I'm out of gas. I'm going out to get some dinner. We're going to have some Mexican tonight. Great questions today, you guys. I never feel like I can do enough, for everybody. I hope I have helped you guys today. I always feel like my work is undone, but I'm not going anywhere. So it's all good. I'll be back next Tuesday. Yes, maybe I should think twice about having Mexican food. I probably will have tacos too. Usually I get like a steak and then they bring you tortillas and I'll make little tacos out of them. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, it's so fucking good. Oh my goodness. All right, you guys. I had a cool time. We'll be back next Tuesday. We'll probably just do another like regular live Q&A next Tuesday. Maybe I'll do a topic like I've been doing, but I'm going to mostly do topics and then sprinkle these live Q&A formats. Cause you guys, you ask some really good questions and we can go like deep into the teachings, right? Like we did today. This was a great live stream. And I like that. I like trying to explain this stuff. It's hard to explain this stuff, non-duality, like spiritualism. And by the way, that's a good place for us to end because why is it hard to explain genuine spiritualism? Because it's not concept. You are inherently trying to explain something that cannot be understood, right? And what is an explanation? A thought. It's mind, right? And I'm trying to explain the unexplainable. But that's why, again, in my coaching program, I'm always telling people, you got to do the deal. You got to You're gonna learn the teachings and read the books and all that kind of stuff, but you have to do the meditations and practice the mindfulness. There's the book learning, and then there's the actual experience too, right? And you can't explain consciousness. All you do is feel it. All you do is experience it. That's all that can be done. And you allow it to like percolate up through your being and change the way that you feel and the way that you are. And it's like magic how it changes you. You know that you're changing, but you can't explain how you're changing. But it's actually the separate self, the self concept of ego, who would try to explain it, right? That's what that is. And so you at one point, you feel like something is happening to me here, but it's not. It's not that. It's that you are what is causing the change. You just believed that you were the thing who feels that changes are happening to you. Do you see what I'm saying? How hard it is to explain this stuff, but I think you guys understand me right now. Okay, guys, I'll be back next Tuesday. I love you guys. Have a super great rest of your week. I'll see you later. Peace out. The twin flame experience is the super insane, crazy experience that makes you lose your fucking mind. How about that shit? Just be. Just be a soul. There's nothing for you to become.